Martial Peak, Chapter 5008, Zhu Feng. This time, Zhu Feng was badly injured and had to sleep inside a black ink nest to heal, so there was nobody to stand up for by. These feudal lords who had long been sour at the state of affairs would naturally want to teach Bai Yi a lesson and make her understand who her betters were. That was what resulted in the sneak attack earlier, but they did not expect Bai Yi's reaction to be so quick as to be able to avoid it, leaving her no worse for wear other than getting some dirt on her face. Bai Yi's unpleasant tone of voice angered the feudal lord who attacked her even more. When he was about to reprimand her again, he suddenly noticed Yang Kai behind her and asked in surprise, "You captured a human?" The other two feudal lords also had curious looks on their faces as they looked over. Bai Yi specialized in long-distance attacks after all, so generally any opponent she targeted would end up dead. She had never brought one back as a captive before, so there was no way that these three feudal lords would not think it strange when they saw this today. The first feudal lord frowned. What cultivation does this guy have? Yang Kai's power was restricted by Bai Yi's secret technique, so the feudal lords were completely unable to sense his cultivation. Bai Yi frowned, but after hesitating for a moment, she revealed, "Seventh Order." Seventh Order? The eyes of the three feudal lords lit up upon hearing this, and they all looked at Yang Kai with a burning gaze. A human in the Seventh Order was the equivalent to a feudal lord in the Black Ink clan. When it came to a one-on-one fight, the feudal lords were basically no match for Seventh Order humans. Not being defeated by them was already good enough, much less capturing one alive. Capturing a Seventh Order master would count as a great merit for any feudal lord, no matter whether they were turning them into their own Black Ink disciples or offering them up to the territory lord they served. Both options would boost the power of the Black Ink clan in general. "Where is Master?" Bai Yi asked. Though she was almost certain that Zhu Feng was recovering here, she still had to make sure that everything was in order before she acted. The feudal lord who spoke previously had a glimmer in his eyes as he grinned and said, "Sir returned with severe injuries and is currently resting in the Black Ink nest. He is not to be disturbed. Bai Yi, hand that Seventh Order human you captured over to me. Once Sir is awake, I will present him to Sir." Saying so, he tried to reach for Yang Kai. As he moved though, Bai Yi suddenly drew her bowstring and a faint golden light appeared, aiming straight for the feudal lord's forehead. The feudal lord's hand froze in midair as he glared at Bai Yi. "What is the meaning of this?" Bai Yi glared at him and returned the sentiment, "What are your intentions?" The feudal lord said, "I believe I've made my point very clear. As for you, do you intend to kill me? Why don't you try and make a move? Then we'll see whether or not Sir will let you off." Bai Yi was unmoved. "You'll already be dead by then. What does it matter to you whether Master decides to spare me or not?" Her words implied that she was capable of killing this feudal lord. The feudal lord felt disdained and flew into a rage. "Trivial Black Ink disciple, how dare you act so impudently?" Bai Yi's voice was cold. "Open your dog eyes and take a good look at the situation. Do you really think you can snatch the credit for my merits?" Yang Kai, who had been behind Bai Yi this whole time, felt a mixture of both a headache and anxiety piling on in this situation. They had known that things would definitely not go exactly according to their plans, so they were ready to improvise a bit. However, neither of them expected to be provoked by these feudal lords before they could even see Zhu Feng. The feudal lords in front of them were clearly intent on snatching away Bai Yi's achievement. For a Seventh Order human to be captured alive meant that Zhu Feng would have a new Seventh Order Black Ink disciple under his command, which was a great merit. Naturally, the feudal lords were all eager to take the credit for themselves. Normally, they would be capable of doing such a thing. However, Zhu Feng was currently asleep in the Black Ink nest in order to recuperate and was completely oblivious to the world outside. They just had to snatch Yang Kai away and force Bai Yi out of this sealed world, and the credit would be all theirs. This gave Yang Kai a headache. Moreover, the presence of Black Ink strength inside this sealed world made him anxious. Even though it was not very dense, it was still Black Ink strength. Anyone inside this sealed world would constantly be exposed to Black Ink strength. Yang Kai was fine as he carried a world spring, so even if black ink strength did encroach into his body, it would be suppressed perfectly, rendering it harmless. However, Bai Yi was different. Once her small universe was corrupted to a certain extent, she would turn back into a black ink disciple. Yet at this moment, she did not dare to use any of her power to resist the encroachment of the black ink strength either, for if she chose to do so, then it would inevitably arouse the suspicions of the feudal lords in front of her. As she tangled with the feudal lords, she could only allow the black ink strength to infiltrate her body. Yang Kai had no idea how long she could hold out in this situation, but it would not be long. Once Bai Yi became a black ink disciple again, not only would their plans be ruined, he would fall into danger. It was clear that Bai Yi understood this too. So, even though she would normally compromise when the feudal lords tried to bully and suppress her, she was exceptionally firm today, which made the feudal lords very angry. With just a few words, a storm began gathering. As she gripped her bow tight, Bai Yi looked up in a certain direction where a huge flower bud-like object stood. The flower bud seemed to have a life of its own, and as it breathed in and out, black ink strength emerged from it, spreading out in all directions. That flower bud was the source of the black ink strength that filled this sealed world. A black ink nest. Yang Kai had lived in the Black Ink clan's territory for 2 years and followed Nu Yen to many feudal lords' territories. He had seen many black ink nests, so this was not an unfamiliar sight. Black ink nests were where new black ink clansmen were born, as well as the very foundation of their existence, which meant they were critical to the Black Ink clan. Usually, black ink nests could only be found in large enough territories controlled by powerful masters. Nu Yen, the high-rank Black Ink clansman Yang Kai had followed around. Not only did he not have his own territory, but he did not have his own black ink nest. Naturally, one would not have the right to possess such things without the appropriate power and status. Zhu Feng was a territory lord, so it was not difficult for him to get a black ink nest and set it up in this place. After the shocking battle with Su Bo Liang, Zhu Feng was severely injured and immediately returned to this place, entering the black ink nest so that he could enter a deep sleep to heal. This was confirmed through the words of the feudal lords. So, as Bai Yi looked over in that direction, she grabbed Yang Kai and rushed towards the black ink nest. "I will offer the captive myself. You don't have to concern yourselves with him." The 3 feudal lords paled when they saw this, and one of them called out in alarm, "Sir is currently recuperating and is not to be disturbed." Saying so, he threw a fist out in Bai Yi's direction in an attempt to stop her. Bai Yi's actions were all planned out though. She had long expected such a move from them, so as soon as she saw the attack coming, her body shifted aside, easily avoiding the blow. And in a haste to strike, and because of his grudge against Bai Yi, the feudal lord had acted rashly. After Bai Yi dodged his strike, it simply continued on towards the black ink nest. When he saw this, the feudal lord felt shocked, as if his soul could leave his body. The other 2 feudal lords also felt chills run up their spines in that instant. Everyone watched in horror as the huge power of his punch struck the black ink nest. Hong! The 3 feudal lords felt like this punch had struck them, rather than the black ink nest. They could feel their hearts clenching and cold sweat was now dripping down their foreheads. Bai Yi floated in midair, a cold smile lingering on her lips as she watched the disgraceful looks of the 3 feudal lords. The flower bud-like black ink nest's breathing stopped after being struck, but it was not too badly damaged. Of course, a tidal wave of black ink strength was released after the violent impact. The dormant aura inside of the black ink nest quickly awoke, followed by a powerful divine sense that swept through the entire sealed world that held a strong sense of alarm and unease. Zhu Feng was in a state of trepidation at the moment. He was deep asleep and borrowing the black ink nest's power to recover. However, after being disturbed all of a sudden, his first thought was that the humans had found him and launched an attack on his nest, so it was unsurprising that he would be so anxious. In his current state, it would not be good for him if the human masters were to appear. After his divine sense swept over the sealed world though, Zhu Feng realized that things were not as he thought they were. The 3 feudal lords who were watching over the sealed world were all on one knee, shaking with pale faces. Meanwhile, his most capable subordinate, the human Bai Yi, was floating in the air, looking down at the three of them with a sneer on her face. Looking at the situation and considering the attack that struck his black ink nest earlier, Zhu Feng instantly understood what happened. If he were at full strength, then he would not have let anyone who disturbed his healing live, but he was still recovering from his injuries right now and had to rely on these loyal subordinates to guard him. So, it was not advisable for him to cause a fuss in case he lost the trust of his men. After forcing down the anger welling up inside of him, Zhu Feng shouted in a majestic voice, "What is the meaning of this?" Yang Kai, who was being carried by Bai Yi, raised his brow at that. Though Zhu Feng's voice sounded extremely imposing, it could not hide the weakness hidden within. It could be seen that Zhu Feng was indeed very badly injured during the fight with Su Bo Liang, especially when he tried to run away at the end. The might of Su Bo Liang's final slash almost cut his entire back open. That attack from Su Bo Liang must have damaged Zhu Feng's foundation. The three kneeling feudal lords remained silent. It was hard for them to explain the situation as there was no way they could say that they tried to cause trouble for Bai Yi and snatch her merit, which ended with them accidentally hitting the black ink nest and disturbing Zhu Feng's recovery. If they did tell him that, then there was no need for them to show their faces in front of Zhu Feng anymore in the future. "Have you all gone mute?" Zhu Feng became even more annoyed when he saw this, so he called one of them up by name. "Bai Yi, speak." The faces of the three feudal lords turned ashen at once. Bai Yi said in a crisp voice, "Master, I have captured a 7th order human, but these three feudal lords did not feel assured about him and had intentions of trying to test him. However, they did not expect to accidentally disturb Master's rest. Please forgive them." At these words, the three feudal lords kneeling on the ground were all stunned. They thought that Bai Yi would try to add insult to injury here, but here she was trying to stand up for them, which did not make any sense. But on second thought, even if Bai Yi really did reveal the truth, the territory lord would not have done anything to them given his current condition. Instead, it would only make the three of them hate Bai Yi even more. Rather than do that, she might as well have them owe her a favor instead. Martial Peak, Chapter 5009, please observe carefully. With such thoughts in mind, rather than feel grateful to Bai Yi, the three feudal lords became even more resentful towards her. Because this would only make their territory lord think that Bai Yi was being considerate and that they were being petty. Naturally, Bai Yi would not be so kind. She would happily do anything to borrow Zhu Feng's hand to make these feudal lords suffer, but her plan with Yang Kai was far more important right now. Adding on the fact that black ink's strength was constantly encroaching on her small universe inside of the sealed world, she simply could not hold on for long, so she could not be bothered to stir up any trouble. Now, all that was left was for them to put their plan into action. If they were too slow, then they would never get this chance again. When Zhu Feng, who was hiding in the black ink nest, heard this, he was silent for a moment before speaking. "In that case, all of you withdraw. Guard this place carefully and do not let anyone else disturb my healing." The three feudal lords hastily abided by his orders. Bai Yi, however, spoke up, "Master, I would like to offer you this human that I have captured." Zhu Feng answered flatly, "That is very thoughtful of you. Keep him in captivity for now. We shall wait until I have recovered from my injuries." "Master," Bai Yi cut in again, "this human is strong and has a high position on the enemy side. He should know what means the humans have been using in recent years to resist the corruption of black ink strength. If it is convenient for Master, please convert him first and ask him for the answer. In this way, the other territory lords will also not be able to take advantage of this opportunity to snatch away your rightful merits." Zhu Feng was badly injured and in a hurry to recover, so he was a little annoyed at having Bai Yi object to his orders. However, after hearing her words, he began to ponder. Bai Yi was right. It was true that the Black Ink clan had been extremely curious about what mysterious means the humans had been using to resist the corruption of Black Ink's strength during these recent years. Menxia himself had personally ordered the territory lords under him to figure out the truth of the matter. However, the Black Ink clan had been unable to capture a single human recently, thus they were never able to figure anything out. Since the last war, the human that Bai Yi captured could be said to be the very first, and he was even in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Indeed, humans in the 7th Order held high positions in their race. It was enough for one to become a squad leader or even a battalion commander. There was a good chance that a human like this would know something. If he could squeeze the answer to that mystery out of this human, then it would be a great merit indeed. Zhu Feng's injuries were severe, and even with the Black Ink Nest's help, it would still take him a year and a half just to stabilize himself. By that time, another territory lord might have already discovered the answer. To lay aside merits that were in front of his eyes without taking them and let another territory lord profit, Zhu Feng would naturally be unwilling. There was merely a short pause before Zhu Feng made up his mind. Bring him inside. Yes. Bai Yi answered reverently. Then, under the envious and resentful eyes of the 3 feudal lords, she flew straight towards the Black Ink Nest. The closer she got to the Black Ink Nest, the denser the Black Ink strength became. Yang Kai, who was dragged along, could faintly sense her situation and felt concerned for her. He had no idea how much longer Bai Yi could hold out, but it was obviously not much longer. So, this battle had to be a quick one. Only then would they be able to resolve the situation before Bai Yi turned into a Black Ink disciple again. Fortunately, though there were changes in their plan, the general progression of it was going smoothly. Below the huge flower bud-like Black Ink Nest was a rootstock-like tunnel that was connected to the ground. The root looked like flesh, yet not, and it was exuding an extremely sinister aura. Bai Yi entered the opening below the Black Ink Nest with Yang Kai in tow and walked up through the rootstock-like passage. A short while later, they arrived in a large and spacious area. Even though Yang Kai had seen Black Ink Nests many times before from a distance, this was the first time he had ever been inside of one, so he observed his surroundings carefully. The space inside was filled with such rich black ink strength that it was practically liquid. It was tumbling and surging in the space, and seemed to be flowing towards a certain point under an invisible force that was fervently devouring it. At the source of the pull was a huge figure who was sitting down cross-legged. The man had a majestic and imposing figure, but there was a weakness enveloping him that could not be concealed. Who else could this figure be if not Zhu Feng, who had escaped with dire injuries? When the two of them entered, the black ink strength permeating the hall was pouring into Zhu Feng's large body. Master, Bai Yi walked up to Zhu Feng and knelt down on one knee, bowing her head. Yang Kai was set down in front of her, lying quietly. As their eyes met, Yang Kai's chest tightened because he could see a darkness looming in Bai Yi's pupils. In less than half a cup of tea's time since they entered the sealed world, Bai Yi was nearing her limit. Once the black ink strength fully seized her small universe, she would surely transform into a black ink disciple once again. So this is the human that you captured? Zhu Feng lowered his head and looked down on them, his huge figure exerting intense pressure. Yes. Bai Yi trembled, seemingly intimidated by Zhu Feng's might. However, Yang Kai knew that it was just her struggling to maintain the clarity of her mind. This human is in the 7th Order? Zhu Feng asked another question. Yang Kai was about to curse this guy's mother for blabbering non-stop instead of converting him directly. Hateful. There is no doubt about it, Bai Yi answered. Zhu Feng naturally did not doubt her. As his black ink disciple, Bai Yi could not hide anything from him, so he was willing to trust what Bai Yi said to be true. Even if he were suspicious of the feudal lords under him, he would definitely not doubt his own black ink disciple. Even though black ink disciples had low status within the black ink clan, they at least had no need to worry about their loyalty. You did well, Zhu Feng praised Bai Yi with a tender look on his face. Previously, it was Bai Yi's arrow that came out at the key moment that hurt Su Bo Liang, which allowed him to escape from the division commander by creating an opening. It was merely my duty. Bai Yi's head hung low, and the hair in front of her forehead cast a shadow over her face that blocked the light in her eyes. Zhu Feng nodded lightly. Without further ado, he spat out a mouthful of dense black ink strength in Yang Kai's direction, which flowed incessantly like a living creature, burrowing into Yang Kai's 7 orifices and pores. Yang Kai struggled but to no avail. Soon he became still. A short while later, Zhu Feng stopped. However, after spitting out that mouthful of black ink strength, his aura had clearly weakened a little. Converting a 7th-order human seemed to have been burdensome on his current state. Zhu Feng raised his hand slightly and ordered, "Untie him." Since he had been converted into a black ink disciple, Yang Kai was on his side now. Obeying his order, Bai Yi released the sealing secret technique around Yang Kai's body. In fact, she was going to do so even without Zhu Feng's order. "Master!" Yang Kai was well versed in disguising himself as a black ink disciple, and he naturally knew how he should present himself at this moment. "Now tell me, what means are the humans using in order to resist the corruption of black ink strength? Why is it that our black ink clan has been unable to gain a single black ink disciple after such a long time?" Zhu Feng looked apathetically at Yang Kai. Yang Kai answered respectfully, "That is the latest secret technique researched by the human race. This subordinate has also cultivated it. If it is convenient, then this subordinate is willing to demonstrate it for Master to see." Zhu Feng was surprised. "Oh? You have cultivated it too?" "Yes." Yang Kai responded. Zhu Feng nodded, "Then demonstrate it for me." "As Master wishes." Yang Kai cupped his fist and spread his hands out. 2 seals floated up from the back of his hands, and in the next instant, a dazzling yellow light lit up on his left hand, while his right hand shone a vibrant blue. When both hands came together, the 2 lights fused, transforming into a pure white light. All of a sudden, it felt as if a small sun had appeared inside of the black ink nest. Zhu Feng's heart clenched tight. In fact, when Yang Kai activated the seals on both his left and right hands, he instinctively felt a sense of unease. However, it was only when the white light appeared that his unease grew palpable. Under the envelopment of the white light, black ink strength turned into nothingness. The flesh walls around the black ink nest contracted violently as if they were being eroded by a terrifying heat, emitting a chatter as the entire black ink nest began to shake. Zhu Feng was shocked. That white light was a great threat to him. When his body was exposed to the white light, he was overtaken by a violent pain. The black ink strength in his body melted just like snowflakes under a bright sun. Before he could work out what was going on, the sun-like white light rapidly grew before his eyes. "Please observe as closely as you wish, Master." Following Yang Kai's shout, the purifying light exploded out. In an instant, Zhu Feng's roar resounded throughout the sealed world. At the same time, Bai Yi, who had been kneeling on the ground, jumped to her feet and pulled the bow in her hands. A golden glow turned into a pillar of light that was blasted straight in Zhu Feng's direction. After Yang Kai had finished performing purifying light, he summoned his azure dragon spear while using his golden crow casts the sun divine manifestation at the same time. Guiding the great sun with his spear, Yang Kai stabbed it towards Zhu Feng mercilessly. The combination of both his and Bai Yi's strength burst out in an instant and contained terrifying killing power. With an aura of death looming over his head, there was no way that Zhu Feng did not know that he had been tricked. He did not understand how a human could withstand the corruption of his black ink strength, much less how Bai Yi, who had been following him for so many years, would suddenly betray him. However, at the critical moment between life or death, he still unleashed the terrifying might of a territory lord. His large body moved forcibly while he threw out a fist, and a terrifying power burst forth, causing space to tremble and rupture. Outside of the black ink nest, the 3 feudal lords stood together with bitter looks on their faces. They were unable to gain any benefits from Bai Yi this time and instead owed her a favor, which was exceptionally displeasing for them. However, now that Bai Yi had been called into the black ink nest by Zhu Feng, there was nothing the feudal lords could do despite their displeasure. Bai Yi was highly valued by the territory lord to begin with, and now that she was able to capture a 7th-order human, her status was likely to rise even higher in the coming days. She might even be able to sit on top of their heads from now on. How could the three feudal lords bear to endure having a lowly human lord over them? However, they did not know what they could do at this moment. While they were feeling at a loss, a loud bang suddenly came from the black ink nest. The three feudal lords were startled by the commotion and quickly turned their heads over. Then, what they saw instantly sent chills down their spines as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Martial Peak, Chapter 5010, Outwardly Strong but Inwardly Weak. Following the loud noise, the huge flower bud-like black ink nest shook as if it had received a violent hit, and a strange, dazzling white light seemed to burst out from the gaps inside the flower bud, giving the three feudal lords an extremely dangerous feeling. The white light seemed like their natural enemy. Even from such a long distance away, the black ink strength inside of their bodies was conveying a sense of unease to them. Immediately following that, they heard the raging roar of their territory lord. As the violent energy exploded, the black ink nest crumbled and several flower petals flew out, wilting and losing all their vitality before they could even reach the ground. The black ink nest was destroyed. It had to be known just how important a black ink nest was to the black ink clan. The one here had been quietly brought over after much effort and expense from Zhu Feng. Now, its destruction was an immense loss for him. All three of the feudal lords were terrified. They simply had no idea what had happened at their territory lord's side for such a thing to happen. However, it happened after Bai Yi brought the human into the black ink nest, so it was obvious that this had something to do with her. Before they could figure out what happened, two figures flew out from the remains of the black ink nest. While racing towards the black ink nest, the three feudal lords looked over and discovered that the two figures were Bai Yi and the human that she had captured. They were both in a terrible state and were tumbling through the air while coughing up blood. It was clear that they were both wounded. Inside the crumbling black ink nest, Zhu Feng roared in rage, "Traitor! How dare you defy this lord's will?" The roar could be heard all throughout the sealed world. When a territory lord unleashed their anger, worlds trembled. Following his roar, a large figure rose from the destroyed black ink nest. It was Zhu Feng. Only he was clearly in bad shape at this moment. His aura was strong at times but weak at others, a sign that he had been seriously injured. In fact, he was badly injured by Su Bo Liang to begin with and had yet to recover since escaping back into this sealed world before falling for Yang Kai and Bai Yi's ploy. Suffering purifying light, Golden Crow casts the sun, and Bai Yi's arrow technique yet not dying on the spot was already proof enough of how immense this man's heritage was, but it would still inevitably compound his injuries. At this moment, Zhu Feng could not even bring out half of his peak strength. Yang Kai finally understood what the phrase, "even a starving camel was larger than a horse," meant. Originally in their plan, if they failed to kill Zhu Feng with their initial attack, it would still at least be able to take half of his life. As long as they could cripple him and leave him half dead, then with their combined strength, the two of them would have a good chance of winning the subsequent battle. However, Zhu Feng's strength was beyond their expectation. Though their surprise attack hit him hard, it did not achieve their desired effect and they had already exposed themselves. They could only charge forward now, as there was no turning back. Either their enemy died here or they did. Anger tumbled inside Zhu Feng's chest. Compared to being attacked by Yang Kai, he was even angrier at Bai Yi's betrayal. Bai Yi had been following him for many years and had rendered many meritorious deeds for him. Just days ago, if it were not for Bai Yi helping him from the shadows, he would not have been able to escape from Su Bo Liang's grasp. Moreover, Bai Yi was truly very strong and Zhu Feng had treated her very well over the years, valuing her much more than the feudal lords under his command. Back then, when he converted Bai Yi into his black ink disciple, her small universe had been incomplete. Generally, every black ink disciple's small universe was damaged as a result of them giving up on parts of it in order to save themselves when black ink strength invaded their bodies once or even several times before they were converted into black ink disciples. As a result, not only did their strength decrease and their progress in the martial Dao stall, but their incomplete small universes made them less and less able to resist the encroachment of black ink strength, leaving them much more vulnerable to being converted into black ink disciples. Bai Yi had sacrificed parts of her small universe twice during the war before finally falling into Zhu Feng's hands and transforming into one of his black ink disciples. After converting Bai Yi, Zhu Feng realized her potential and had even specifically searched for and obtained a profound Yin spirit fruit for her so that she could repair her damaged small universe and regain her full strength. Profound Yin spirit fruits were in great demand not only on the human side but also among the Black Ink clan. The Black Ink clansmen themselves were unable to use profound Yin spirit fruits, but they needed them for the Black Ink disciples under their command. As a territory lord, it was not difficult for Zhu Feng to find a profound Yin spirit fruit for Bai Yi. However, the price he had to pay for it was still not small. So, he could not understand why Bai Yi would betray him. Or rather, how she could have done so. When he thought of the dazzling and pure white light though, Zhu Feng had the vague feeling that it might be the key to everything. When that white light emerged, the black ink strength in his body squirmed with unease, as if it had met with its nemesis. That white light had a purifying effect on black ink strength. That must have been the human race's method for resisting black ink strength, which is also the reason why no black ink disciples had appeared in recent years. When he thought about that, Zhu Feng was shocked. If the humans had grasped such a technique, then the Black Ink clan's advantage would be gone in the future. If the humans had such a technique, then how could the Black Ink clan resist from now on? As he roared, Zhu Feng raised his hand and pushed his strength wildly. In that instant, whether it be Yang Kai or Bai Yi, both of them felt a tingle on their skin, a sign of impending danger. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. How could Zhu Feng still be so powerful even after incurring so much damage? How strong would he be if he were at his peak, and how strong was Su Bo Liang to be able to hurt him? But in the next instant, Zhu Feng suddenly coughed up ink-black blood, and the power that had soared up fiercely dissipated again. His injuries were truly too serious. During that ambush earlier, he had used up all of his strength in a desperate attempt to fight back, and now he was powerless to do anything more. Yang Kai's eyes lit up at this. How could he not realize that while the enemy appeared strong on the outside, he was in fact dried up on the inside? What were they waiting for? If they did not kill him now, then when? The change happened too quickly, and it was only a matter of breaths between the initial ambush and Zhu Feng's counterattack. In an instant, Yang Kai stabilized his tumbling body. He had no time to check on his own injuries and instead raised the Azure Dragon Spear in his hands, stabbing it straight in Zhu Feng's direction while shouting, "Suffer death." All the strength in Yang Kai's body had been poured into that spear thrust. Even though it was nothing fancy, or blessed with any secret technique or divine ability, this spear was still heaven-destroying and earth-shattering. The world force inside of the small universe in Yang Kai's body was pouring like mad into the Azure Dragon Spear. His entire being transformed into a stream of light that charged towards Zhu Feng's face. Yang Kai's spear, which contained such intense power, was blocked by a thick flower petal. However, it shattered the flower petal, and the residual force still struck Zhu Feng, which caused the latter to spit blood once more, but not enough to kill him on the spot. The thing which blocked his spear was a piece of the black ink nest. Their initial exchange of blows had severely damaged the black ink nest, but at this moment, Zhu Feng's body was rapidly sinking into the center of what remained of it. Following his descent, the damaged black ink nest closed up again, transforming into a bud that wrapped Zhu Feng completely into its center. Even without actively inspecting it, Yang Kai could clearly feel the power contained in the black ink nest converging rapidly into Zhu Feng's body. And as the power drained away, the black ink nest also rapidly withered while Zhu Feng's aura rapidly recovered. Yang Kai had no idea what sort of secret technique that was, but it was clear that the black ink nest was healing Zhu Feng. It seemed like Zhu Feng was being pushed to a desperate point and had no choice but to do this. Kill them all. Zhu Feng bellowed from within the black ink nest. Following his raging roar, 3 large figures charged towards Yang Kai and Bai Yi at the same time. It was the three feudal lords who had arrived late after hearing the commotion. In fact, they were not slow. They had already charged over as quickly as they could, but everything happened so suddenly and the initial exchange lasted mere moments, which made it seem as if they had arrived late to the rescue. Three feudal lords rushed over, one charging towards Bai Yi while two charged at Yang Kai with a clear division of labor. It was not that they were underestimating Bai Yi. On the contrary, they were more afraid of her than Yang Kai because they had worked with each other for so many years and knew what she was capable of better than anyone. So, it would take the combined power of the three of them in order to take down Bai Yi. The feudal lord who was charging for Bai Yi did not expect to be able to kill her alone. His task was merely to delay her and occupy her attention to prevent her from shooting her arrows, allowing his two clansmen to kill Yang Kai first. Yang Kai was greatly dismayed to sense the two auras charging over from both sides of him as he and Bai Yi definitely could not allow Zhu Feng the time to recover from his injuries. No matter what secret technique Zhu Feng was using, as he was draining the potential of the black ink nest, the healing effect must be extraordinary. Once he was given the time to breathe, then killing him would become difficult. However, with two feudal lords coming at him, he could not just ignore them either. Thus, Yang Kai turned around hastily and thrust his spear towards the two feudal lords. In the next instant, Yang Kai grunted and could not stop his body from flying back several thousand meters. Even the hand holding his spear was trembling slightly. Under normal circumstances, Yang Kai would naturally not fear facing two feudal lords together. However, whether it be him or Bai Yi, the counterattack from Zhu Feng during their ambush hurt them, so in this exchange, his injuries were enough to affect his performance. However, he still did not eat too much of a loss after clashing with the enemy. The two feudal lords were similarly sent skidding back a dozen steps, and a long cut could be seen on the waist of one of them. The wounded feudal lord could not help but feel shocked when he looked down at himself. He thought that two feudal lords joining hands would definitely be able to take down their injured opponent, but how could they have anticipated that this opponent's strength was not below Bai Yi's? In fact, this man could prove to be even more difficult to deal with than Bai Yi. If he had not dodged quickly enough just now, that spear would have stabbed right through him. The wounded feudal lord was still gawking at his own injury when his comrade next to him paled and shouted, "He's coming, don't get distracted." Looking up, the feudal lord saw the spear of the seventh-order human who was forced back piercing at them again, suffused with intense killing intent. The two feudal lords immediately separated from each other and began to counterattack. After just several breaths of time though, they were both secretly wailing inside. This seventh-order human was simply insane, fighting desperately with no regard for his own life as soon as he came at them, as if he meant to take them down even if it meant his own death. Under such a fierce assault, even the two feudal lords who had worked together for many years were put into a desperate situation. In just a few moments, all three of them were bruised and battered. Martial Peak, Chapter 5011, Joining Forces to Kill the Enemy. Within the sealed world, following Zhu Feng's envelopment by the bud-like black ink nest, the battlefield was split into two, one side being Yang Kai facing off against two feudal lords on his own, and the other side being Bai Yi alone with the other feudal lord. The feudal lord who was holding down Bai Yi knew of the might of her archery skills, so he stuck to her like maggots on rotting bones, not giving her the opportunity to shoot any of her arrows. As long as they were in the same order, if Bai Yi could put some distance between her and her enemy, then nobody could be her opponent. At this moment, this feudal lord was wailing in anguish inside. Even though he knew all this while that Bai Yi was strong, it was not until he truly faced off with her that he realized that he had underestimated her all this while. Even in close quarters, and with her already being injured from their territory lord's counterattack, he was still a little lacking compared to her. He was both shocked and enraged by this. If things continued like this, he would not be able to last even half of a cup of tea's time, and his fate would be in jeopardy. Suddenly, Bai Yi drew her longbow, and a golden light emerged. Shocked, the feudal lord quickly lunged over and threw a fierce punch in her direction. He had not expected his fist to do anything to Bai Yi, but she seemed unprepared for his punch and it sent her flying, fresh blood spewing from her mouth. Rather than be pleased with his success, the feudal lord was shocked and exclaimed, "Not good." As he quickly looked back, a golden light had already broken through the barrier of space and hit one of the other feudal lords square in the chest, piercing through to the other side. Following the pained roar from the wounded feudal lord, a fierce force exploded a hole in his chest. Bai Yi's arrow was not aimed at him, but rather at his companion who was engaged in battle with the other human. This feudal lord could not understand why Bai Yi would act in such a way, preferring to take a direct hit from him in order to help take pressure off the other human. However, before he could figure that out, his nerves suddenly clenched, and a great sense of crisis shrouded him. When he looked up in haste, he was mortified by what he saw. Bai Yi, who had gained distance from him, was aiming her bow at him with a golden light that was pointed straight between his brow. With a roar, the rich black ink strength inside of the feudal lord's body instantly turned into a black ink cloud that covered his figure. The golden light shot into the black ink cloud, and then a muffled sound was heard. At the same time, after receiving assistance from Bai Yi, who had heavily injured one of the feudal lords with her arrow, much pressure was alleviated from Yang Kai's side. Originally, 2 feudal lords joining hands was enough to put up a fight with him, but now that one of them was severely injured, cracks immediately began showing in their defense. Naturally, Yang Kai would not miss such a good opportunity. The Azure Dragon Spear transformed into a towering spear shadow. As he moved, the spear shadow passed through the center of the 2 feudal lords' large bodies. Chi. Following the sound, the head of the feudal lord who had been injured burst open, filling the air with his blood. His headless body swayed a few times before falling to the ground. The remaining feudal lord was also battered and bruised, and when he saw his companion die just like that, he became frightened and tried to flee. The space around him suddenly turned viscous, making each step excruciatingly difficult. A murderous intent hit him from behind, and he felt a slight pain in his back while his body shook. When he looked down, he saw that a spear had pierced through his body. Horror filled his eyes and he reached out to grip the tip of the spear, hoping to pull it out of himself. However, in the next moment, a violent shockwave was released from the spear. In an instant, the feudal lord's 5 viscera and 6 organs turned to ash, and his entire body burst apart. Ink-black blood and gore showered down on Yang Kai, covering him in filth. It was not an easy task, killing a feudal lord, especially with 2 of them joining forces. It was enough for them to put up a fight against Yang Kai. Even if Yang Kai was able to kill them off in the end, it would surely cost him and waste a lot of time. However, with Bai Yi's help, Yang Kai was able to kill the first feudal lord without much difficulty, and when the other feudal lord became timid and tried to flee, it gave him a good opportunity to strike. Without stopping, Yang Kai pulled back his spear and turned around to see Bai Yi floating pale-faced in the air a short distance away, fresh blood staining the corners of her mouth and her chest. Her longbow was drawn slightly, pointing into the black ink cloud. There was still the aura of one feudal lord inside of the black ink cloud. The last feudal lord was wounded by Bai Yi and did not dare to fight her in the open, so he had no choice but to hide away in the black ink cloud to drag things out. Due to the interference of the black ink cloud, Bai Yi was unable to pinpoint his position exactly, so she merely kept her bow drawn as a deterrent. Body shifting, Yang Kai dove straight into the black ink cloud. In the next moment, the feudal lord's howl emanated from the black ink cloud, and the sound of them clashing could be heard from within. World force and black ink strength collided together like a violent storm. Another dozen breaths of time passed before the noise subsided. Yang Kai shot out of the black ink cloud with ink-black blood dripping from his spear. The aura of the feudal lord inside of the black ink cloud had been extinguished. It was clear that he had been killed. In a flash, he appeared next to Bai Yi. Stabbing his spear into the ground, Yang Kai's left and right hands glowed in 2 different colors. "Ignore me, hurry and kill Zhu Feng." Bai Yi put down her longbow and mustered with difficulty, "It will be too late if we delay any longer." Yang Kai ignored her and said indifferently, "I don't want to have to fight you again." As his hands joined together, the two colored lights transformed into a dazzling white light that enveloped Bai Yi. At this moment, Bai Yi's pale face was already covered in a layer of black ink strength. Flashes of black even appeared in her eyes occasionally, a clear sign that she had been invaded. In fact, she had been enduring the corruption of black ink strength since they entered this sealed world. By the time they were facing Zhu Feng, she had almost reached her limit on the amount of corruption she could endure and was about to turn into a black ink disciple. She held on desperately to the last shred of clarity in her senses, and only then was she able to keep herself sane. When Yang Kai activated purifying light in front of Zhu Feng, it was able to deal heavy damage to the latter, but at the same time, it also helped Bai Yi to dispel some of the black ink strength inside of her small universe, alleviating the pressure on her. However, the purifying light was not directed at her that time, so it was unable to dispel all of the black ink strength. After that, the two of them were wounded by Zhu Feng's counterattack and then fought with 3 feudal lords, further worsening her condition. If Yang Kai did not help her cleanse the black ink strength in her small universe now, then it would take less than half an incense stick of time before she would turn back into a black ink disciple. Yang Kai could not let that happen, otherwise if he were surrounded and attacked by both Bai Yi and Zhu Feng at the same time, even he would have to flee for his life. As purifying light enveloped her, Bai Yi let out a slight grunt as the black ink strength escaped from her body before turning into nothing, and the struggling look on her face gradually disappeared. Several breaths later, Bai Yi opened her eyes, which had regained their clarity, and nodded lightly at Yang Kai. Her aura was still weak, obviously a sign of how severe her injuries were. Yang Kai picked up his azure dragon spear once more and turned around to look at the black ink nest, which had closed up tight. Bai Yi stepped forward and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. The two figures, one tall and one short, were both battered and bruised, but their gazes were as determined as ever. "Kill!" Yang Kai shouted as his body flickered. By the time he reappeared, he was already above the black ink nest. Descending like a meteor while pouring his strength into the azure dragon spear, a great sun emerged and the sound of a golden crow's cry echoed across the sealed world. Not far away where Bai Yi stood, one by one, golden lights like stars fanned out and shot towards the black ink nest in a swarm. The flower bud-like black ink nest was like a living creature, and after wrapping Zhu Feng into itself, it began to beat like a heart. As the black ink nest pulsed, Zhu Feng's aura was gradually recovering. At this moment, when Yang Kai and Bai Yi joined hands to launch their attacks, the black ink nest pulsed even more rapidly, as if it could sense the impending danger. The entire black ink nest suddenly expelled large amounts of black ink strength that practically dyed the entire area black. In the darkness where one could not even see their fingers in front of them, the great sun shone brightly, dispelling the darkness. Hong hong hong. A series of violent bangs rang out. The black ink nest shook, and the fierce energy fluctuations caused the entire sealed world to shake. Yang Kai thrust his spear 13 times in a row, each attack containing all of his strength. Supported by Bai Yi's long-range attacks, the entire black ink nest was blasted into a mess. Inside of the black ink nest, Zhu Feng's aura rapidly weakened until it became naught. Yang Kai retrieved his spear and stood in the void, staring down in amazement below him. Is it over? It was simply unbelievable, but as far as his divine sense could tell, Zhu Feng's aura had indeed become so weak that it was practically a candle in the wind that was about to die out at any moment. Turning his head to look at Bai Yi, he saw that Bai Yi was similarly astonished, obviously not expecting such a situation. But on second thought, this was not so strange. Zhu Feng had already suffered a huge loss from Su Bo Liang that forced him to run all the way here in order to recover. Then he was also struck by the purifying light. It had to be known that purifying light was the natural enemy of black ink strength. To have been hit at such a close distance while being severely injured to begin with, Zhu Feng's foundation had to be damaged. Even though Yang Kai had no idea what sort of technique Zhu Feng used to suck up the energy inside of the black ink nest to heal himself, it had barely been half a cup of tea's time since it began, so it must not have been too effective. Even Zhu Feng may not have expected his 3 feudal lord subordinates to be killed so quickly by Yang Kai and Bai. He was originally hoping that his 3 subordinates would be able to buy him some time. Unexpectedly, the 3 feudal lords barely provided any help and were killed one after another. With this, he had little time to heal and could not withstand the ferocious attacks of Yang Kai and Bai. Though extremely weak, Zhu Feng's aura had not truly perished yet. As Yang Kai was about to make preparations to finish the job, he suddenly heard a soft dong from the ruined black ink nest below. It sounded like the beating of a heart, strong and powerful. Following that sound, Yang Kai felt his own heart throb uncontrollably, and he was overtaken by dizziness for a moment. A terrifying aura quickly resurfaced from the black ink nest below. Martial Peak, Chapter 5012, Power of a Territory Lord. By the time the aura was restored, Bai Yi's astonished shout rang out, "Senior brother, watch out." Yang Kai had already released a ferocious spear downwards. Voila! A large hand suddenly emerged from the ruined black ink nest and grabbed at Yang Kai. The Azure Dragon Spear's sharpness was unparalleled, and with Yang Kai pouring all his strength into it, it appeared even more unstoppable. The might of the spear pierced right through the hand, bringing ink-black blood out of it. However, the hand did not flinch in the slightest and clenched fiercely. With nowhere to escape, Yang Kai was shocked to find that he could not avoid the hand. In a moment of distraction, he and his spear were caught. A terrifying force struck his body and all his bones creaked, forming countless cracks. He tried his best to shake his spear and pushed all the world force in his small universe, blowing a hole into the palm of the large hand. At the same time, a golden arrow of light flashed over, piercing into the wrist of the hand. With the combined efforts of both Yang Kai and Bai Yi, the grip on Yang Kai finally loosened slightly, allowing him the chance to quickly break free and back away, putting some distance between him and the black ink nest. As he struggled to stabilize himself, Yang Kai's face flashed red and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Even though his aura wilted a little, his general situation improved considerably. Ever since the recovering aura inside the black ink nest began to rise gradually, it surpassed the state that Yang Kai first saw Zhu Feng in, and he was now approaching his peak state. Both Yang Kai and Bai Yi were shocked. However, the rising power soon reached a plateau. Though it was powerful, it was not enough to cause them to lose hope. As they looked over, a pair of large hands emerged from the tattered black ink nest, pushing left and right, tearing it open. Zhu Feng's giant body re-emerged before their eyes. At this moment, Zhu Feng's entire body was soaking wet, as if he had just emerged from his mother's womb as a newborn, and the sticky liquid was dripping down his body, converging into a puddle at his feet. The ruined black ink nest had already crumbled into dust. Clearly, all the power contained within it had been completely devoured by Zhu Feng. After being pierced through in the palm by Yang Kai's Azure Dragon Spear, a large gaping hole had been left. However, the flesh around the wound writhed and began rapidly healing. Zhu Feng gently clenched his fist before turning his dark eyes in Yang Kai and Bai Yi's direction. A menacing voice rumbled, "Ants, you have succeeded in angering this lord. I will let you taste a fate worse than death." As he spoke, a fist punched out towards the two of them. Yang Kai and Bai Yi's faces paled. One holding a spear and the other a bow, they joined forces to block the attack. The overwhelming power coming from the front caused the two of them to be violently thrown back. Bai Yi's petite body tumbled through the air as her bones audibly cracked. Even though Yang Kai had a sturdy physique, he still received the blow badly. It felt like his 5 viscera and 6 organs were all knocked out of place as he was blown backwards to a mountain more than a dozen kilometers away, embedding deeply into it and spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood as his face turned as pale as a sheet of paper. It was merely one punch, but it enlightened Yang Kai to the enormous disparity between Zhu Feng and himself. This guy had used some kind of secret technique in order to squeeze out the power of the black ink nest and rapidly heal himself, allowing him to return to almost peak condition. Even if Yang Kai and Bai Yi were at their peaks, they still may not have been able to resist such an opponent, much less in their current state. Yang Kai and Bai Yi were already bruised and battered from their previous encounters, greatly reducing their strength. In just a single exchange, the two of them suffered a huge loss. In such a dangerous situation though, Yang Kai's fighting spirit soared rather than withered. Even though his face was pale, his eyes were frighteningly bright. He had no idea what sort of secret technique it was that Zhu Feng used to restore his energy, but the stronger the secret technique, the greater the backlash. That was common sense. In other words, there was no way Zhu Feng could maintain this state for long. As long as he and Bai Yi could hold out, when the backlash of Zhu Feng's technique hit him, his might would crumble on its own. The two of them understood this in theory, but would they be able to hold on until then? Perhaps the two of them would be killed by Zhu Feng before that. However, this was a rare opportunity. Moreover, Yang Kai had already performed purifying light in front of Zhu Feng. Zhong Liang had warned him to never use purifying light in front of the Black Ink clan, but if he did, he had to kill all the witnesses so that word of the technique would not leak out. If the Black Ink clan knew about Yang Kai and his means to resist Black Ink's strength, he would surely become a target. When that time came, the humans would no longer allow him to leave Blue Sky Pass for his own safety. So, no matter the cost, Yang Kai felt that he had to fight. It would be for the best if he could kill Zhu Feng, but if that was truly impossible, then he would have to take Bai Yi with him and escape. As for whether or not they could successfully flee, he could only do his best and leave the rest up to fate. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yang Kai freed himself from the mountain and with a flare of space principles, he arrived before Bai Yi in one step. At the same time, Zhu Feng threw a punch at Bai Yi while she was still shaken and powerless to resist. She was certainly powerful and fought well in her previous exchanges with Yang Kai, making him expend a lot of effort to take her down. However, she did not have Yang Kai's powerful heritage in the end, much less a world spring to stabilize and protect her small universe. Not only did Zhu Feng's punch send her flying, but it also shook her small universe badly, leaving her strength in disarray. She was still dizzy, so she was simply unable to defend herself. Zhu Feng seemed to hate Bai even more for her betrayal, so he planned to take care of her first before going after Yang Kai. When his fist came out, a figure suddenly appeared. It was Yang Kai, here to save her. Zhu Feng sneered as the might of his fist did not reduce, but instead turned even fiercer. Even if the universe itself stood in his way, he would still blow it to pieces to exact his revenge. A flurry of spear shadows came out, but they were no hindrance to the approaching fist. Yang Kai was forced back again and again, with a mist of blood being beaten from his body with each step back. After retreating a dozen steps, he hooked his leg up, swinging Bai Yi, who was by his feet, away into the distance. At the same time, he was unable to resist Zhu Feng's punch any longer and was sent flying like a paper kite. He was seeing stars, and his right arm, which held his spear, had been bent out of shape, clearly a sign that it had been broken. However, it was fortunate that Bai Yi had already been sent away and was temporarily out of harm's way. Instead, he was now the one in danger. "You like saving people, do you? Then I'll kill you first." Zhu Feng roared and spread his hand open, bringing it down on Yang Kai's head. All light in front of him was shrouded in darkness, and Yang Kai's eyes were simultaneously covered in blood. At a time when he had no strength left, he was simply incapable of dodging that blow. As the huge palm was about to slam down on him though, a golden light suddenly shot over from the side. Bai Yi had managed to stabilize herself and fired a series of arrows to save Yang Kai at the crucial moment. These arrows were filled with her resolve, and their power was without question. If Zhu Feng was intent on killing Yang Kai, then Bai Yi's attack would surely take advantage of it. As a noble territory lord, Zhu Feng was obviously unwilling to trade lives with Yang Kai, so, without hesitation, he turned around and blocked the golden light. Boundless black ink strength poured out, and the might of the golden lights that were pushing forward with overwhelming momentum were greatly hindered. Zhu Feng quickly threw out several punches and shattered most of the golden lights, but he caught the last one and threw it back at Bai Yi. The golden light flew even faster and carried more power than when it came, and it nailed Bai Yi directly in the shoulder, piercing through her body. As fresh blood flew out, Bai Yi grunted. Being carried by a huge force, her body tumbled uncontrollably before she fell heavily. Overconfidence. Zhu Feng coldly snorted. Then, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the pure white light flashing over. When he turned around, a small white sun burst apart before his eyes. Zhu Feng was immediately horrified. He had suffered a huge loss from this secret technique before and knew how powerful it was. It was simply the natural enemy of black ink strength, so how could he dare to touch it again? However, in order to attack Yang Kai, he had brought himself too close and was now unable to dodge in time. As his body retreated, rich black ink strength poured out of his body, forming a protective layer around him. Zhu Feng's roar resonated through the clouds as the white light burst open, dazzling the world and melting away the sea of darkness, purifying the rich black ink strength. Once the burst of purifying light dissipated, Yang Kai stood in place, panting heavily as he fought back the pain in his broken arm. Meanwhile, Zhu Feng, who was literally smoking where he stood, had an angry look on his face. His aura also seemed to have weakened slightly. The purifying light had clearly done some damage to him. Four eyes met as Zhu Feng's rage almost materialized. There were flames burning in his gaze while Yang Kai gripped his azure dragon spear tightly. Dozens of kilometers away, Bai Yi's small body lay motionless on the ground. Only a short dozen breaths had passed since they began fighting with the recovered Zhu Feng, and both Yang Kai and Bai Yi did everything they could, but at this moment, Yang Kai was badly injured, and it was not known whether Bai Yi was even alive, proving just how powerful Zhu Feng was. This fight was truly a disaster. During the critical point between life and death, Yang Kai's mind was surprisingly clear. His eyes, blurred by his own golden blood, had only Zhu Feng reflected in them. His grip on the azure dragon spear remained firm as he raised the tip slightly, pointing it forward. Fight! Zhu Feng was clearly angered by his provocation and shouted through his clenched teeth, "You lowly humans never know how high the sky or how thick the earth are. Since you wish so much to die, this lord will grant your wish." Taking a big step forward, his palm turned into a blade that chopped straight down. The entire sealed world seemed to split apart from that blow, and a huge gap suddenly opened up in the void in front of Yang Kai. The gap ran from Zhu Feng's hand blade, going all the way down and through where Yang Kai stood. The azure dragon spear struck out like a dragon. Whether it be the timing or the angle, this thrust was so perfect that Yang Kai had the illusion that he was the spear, and the spear was him. As if something was shattering inside of himself, Yang Kai had suddenly gained a burst of enlightenment in the spear Dao, breaking through to the next stage of comprehension. Yang Kai actually made a breakthrough in the spear Dao during this life or death moment, which was slightly surprising to him, but at the same time, it somewhat made sense. Fighting with one's life on the line was really the best way to break through a bottleneck. His spear Dao was originally only at the 5th level, attaining mastery through comprehensive understanding. However, he had now broken through to the 6th level, exceeding the ordinary to reach the extraordinary, the same level he was at in his mastery over the Tao of Time. Martial Peak, Chapter 5013, Contest of Endurance. Those who could break through to the 6th level of comprehension in any Tao could all be considered a master of the Tao. It had to be known that Yang Kai was also only at the 8th level in the Tao of Space, summiting the peak, and the Tao of Space was something he had been cultivating since he was very weak. It was a surprise that he was able to make a breakthrough in his spear Tao at this moment, but Yang Kai had no time to rejoice as Zhu Feng's fierce attack had completely enveloped him by now, and an aura of death was shrouding him from above. At this moment, there was neither joy nor sadness in Yang Kai's eyes. Boundless black ink strength unleashed itself wantonly while fresh blood spurted out. Two figures passed each other. The hand which Yang Kai held his spear with was trembling violently, and the pain in his chest was almost unbearable. When he looked down, he found a large wound cutting from his shoulder all the way to his waist. His skin was rolled up and he could almost see his organs writhing inside. In the end, he failed to block or dodge Zhu Feng's hand blade. Even with his strong dragonkin physique, he was still almost cut in half by that blow. But even though he was wounded, Zhu Feng was not completely unscathed either. During that exchange, the Azure Dragon Spear pierced a hole through Zhu Feng's chest, so it was truly hard to say who came out on top. Yang Kai did not even bother dealing with his injuries and turned around hastily, pointing his spear at Zhu Feng's large body as he roared, "Die!" As he forged ahead, his figure disappeared into the light of his spear. He and the Azure Dragon Spear instantly fused into one, turning into a stream of light that charged in Zhu Feng's direction. The battle today would only end when one of them perished. Zhu Feng's roar resonated through the clouds as he turned around to meet Yang Kai. Even though he was using only his fists without any artifacts, each blow was terrifyingly powerful. Both sides instantly engaged in a tangled melee, and horrific wounds surfaced on both their bodies. Meanwhile, rich black ink strength was constantly flowing out of Zhu Feng's wounds, drilling into Yang Kai's body. This black ink strength was just like an extension of Zhu Feng's body. Not only was it constantly burrowing into Yang Kai's flesh, it turned into sharp attacks that came one after another, damaging Yang Kai's 5 viscera and 6 organs from the inside. Yang Kai's face was covered in blood and his appearance was truly miserable. His aura continued to weaken. Zhu Feng's aura was also weakening though. He had used a powerful secret technique in order to squeeze the power out of the black ink nest so that he could heal himself. Even though he had obtained some strength to fight for a short amount of time, it was impossible for him to maintain this state for long. As time went on, the drawbacks of the secret technique gradually surfaced, hitting him with a severe backlash. Adding on to the fact that Yang Kai's attacks had also caused considerable damage to him, the rate at which the backlash came only accelerated. If he could deal with Yang Kai before the backlash from the secret technique came fully, then naturally, everything would be fine. However, if not, he would be done for. Zhu Feng himself would never have dreamed that a mere 7th-order human could be so difficult to deal with. Even in his current state, no matter what 7th-order human he faced, he was confident in killing them within 10 breaths, yet this human was not only not dead, but was even fighting back and causing serious damage to him. This was a great humiliation to Zhu Feng's noble status as a territory lord, and his attacks only grew fiercer as a result. Both sides were weakening, but in comparison, Yang Kai's situation was worse. If things were to continue this way, then it would not take long for Zhu Feng to kill him. It was clear that Zhu Feng realized this too, as he did not give him any room to breathe, continuing this exchange of damage with Yang Kai. Yang Kai retreated again and again. Blood was churning in his throat as he squeezed out the power of his small universe over and over again to put up a desperate fight to the death. However, his resistance was too weak in the face of the enemy's imposing strength. The time he spent exchanging blows with Zhu Feng was not long, but it was clear that the world force inside of his small universe was about to dry up. Such a situation had never happened before since Yang Kai advanced to the open heaven realm. The heritage of his small universe was far greater than that of his peers. In fact, if the battle was not too fierce, then no matter what, the power in his small universe would never dry up. However, once a small universe ran empty, there would be no world force to use, and his open heaven realm cultivation would become a mere decoration. Even though Yang Kai still had a trump card up his sleeve, it was his last one. Once he played that card, he had to decide the fight, otherwise both he and Bai Yi would die here today. So, without a suitable opportunity, and before he had reached a truly desperate point, Yang Kai would never play his final card. He had a mind to use purifying light again, but with the intensity of their fight, the short delay he would need to condense enough purifying light would simply become an opportunity for Zhu Feng to take advantage of. In the face of Zhu Feng's frenzied attack, Yang Kai could only struggle to hold on and wait for the right opportunity. All of a sudden, as he stabbed out with Azure Dragon Spear, it was caught in Zhu Feng's grasp, causing the latter to grin ferociously and roar, "Die, ant!" Clenching his other fist, he threw a punch at Yang Kai. The huge fist rapidly expanded before Yang Kai's eyes, carrying with it a heaven-destroying, earth-shattering power. Yang Kai hurriedly gave up his spear and crossed his arms in front of himself to protect his body. However, a golden light suddenly came from the side at that moment, appearing between Yang Kai and Zhu Feng. Shining faintly, Bai Yi's small figure was revealed from inside of the golden light. This was obviously Bai Yi's movement technique. When Yang Kai was chasing her, he realized that she could change places with the golden light that she shot, similar to his instantaneous movement. Such a technique was not exactly the same as instantaneous movement, but it was still extremely profound. It was by relying on that amazing movement technique that she was able to escape from Yang Kai's grasp again and again. Previously, when Bai Yi was wounded by Zhu Feng's attack, she lay several dozen kilometers away, and whether she was alive or dead was unknown. Yang Kai was so focused on fighting Zhu Feng that he did not even have the time to check on her condition. However, he never would have thought that she would use her special movement technique here to come between the two of them. Yang Kai's pupils shrank as he called out in alarm, "No!" He knew how strong Zhu Feng's attacks were. Relying on his sturdy dragonkin physique, he could still barely resist until now, but if a punch like that were to hit Bai Yi, she would surely die. Yang Kai had no idea why Bai Yi would appear at this moment, but it was clear that she wanted to use her own body as a shield to absorb the unstoppable blow for him. He reached out for Bai Yi, but it was too late. Zhu Feng's huge fist struck Bai Yi's small figure so hard that Yang Kai could clearly hear the sounds of bones breaking in quick succession. In the instant that she was about to be hit though, Bai Yi drew her longbow, and a feathered arrow in the form of a pair of unfurled wings entered Zhu Feng's chest. Zhu Feng's roar and Bai Yi's muffled grunt rang out at the same time. In their clash of blows, Zhu Feng stumbled backwards while Bai Yi crashed into Yang Kai's arms, sending the two of them tumbling through mid-air. Before the two of them could land, they heard Zhu Feng roar again. The azure dragon spear that he had snatched from Yang Kai turned into a beam of light that was shooting straight for Yang Kai and Bai Yi, reaching them almost instantly. This attack was so powerful that space was torn apart in its wake. If they were hit by it, then even Yang Kai's dragonkin body would be pierced through. However, at this moment, whether it be Yang Kai or Bai Yi, both of them were basically out of strength, rendering them powerless to resist. Seeing as the two of them were about to be skewered like a bottle gourd, a dragon roar sounded and a glowing dragon head appeared dazzlingly behind Yang Kai. In a flash, the golden dragon head burrowed into Yang Kai's body and disappeared from sight. Following that, there was a crackling sound as a 20,000-meter behemoth appeared out of nowhere within the sealed world. Dragon pressure filled the air. The grand dragon curled up, wrapping Bai Yi in its body. The azure dragon spear plunged directly into the dragon's belly and disappeared completely. At the wound, dragon scales flew out, and the violent pain that took the great dragon caused it to throw back its head and let out a mournful roar. Yang Kai suffered a terrible wound, but Bai Yi's life was saved. The grand dragon suddenly turned around, and its giant dragon eyes glared in Zhu Feng's direction. In the next instant, the dragon swayed and its ferocious dragon head lunged at Zhu Feng. At first, Zhu Feng was taken aback when he felt the terrifying dragon pressure. Even the pain from the wound that Bai Yi just gave him had been forgotten. Even though the Black Ink clan knew of the existence of the Dragon clan, they had essentially never encountered them on the Black Ink battlefield. However, they had heard of a grand dragon showing itself during their attack on the humans at Blue Sky Pass. However, Zhu Feng was not present during that battle, so he was not able to see it for himself. He did not expect to be able to see it today. That meant that this human was no human, but rather a grand dragon that appeared in the Blue Sky Theater. Faced with the charge of a grand dragon, Zhu Feng roared and faced it head-on. His figure seemed so large and tall in the eyes of ordinary humans. However, he was as small as an ant in the face of this grand dragon. Still, one's strength had never been determined by their size alone. Zhu Feng felt that he was currently strong enough to slaughter this grand dragon, so he did not falter. However, when they clashed, Zhu Feng realized he had underestimated his opponent. A terrifying force descended upon him, and Zhu Feng lasted merely an instant before he was pinned down on the ground by a huge dragon claw. A massive crater spanning several dozen kilometers appeared in the ground, with many deep cracks expanding out from it. Zhu Feng was unable to resist his opponent's fierce power. Zhu Feng was furious. If he were not wounded, then he would naturally be able to withstand this amount of raw force. However, after the many injuries he suffered during the previous fight, and the peak he had reached by using that sacrificial secret technique also dissipating, his strength was rapidly weakening, which allowed him to be held down on the ground in disgrace. He struggled hard, trying to free himself from the confines of the dragon claw. However, the Grand Dragon's head dropped slightly and it opened its terrifyingly large mouth, spewing out a mouthful of dragon breath that enveloped Zhu Feng. The dragon breath cut through Zhu Feng's body and opened wounds all over his figure like a torrent of blades, causing ink-black blood to splash out. With a raging roar, Zhu Feng threw his fist out, hitting the giant dragon with fierce power. In a flash, dragon scales were sent flying into the air as a horrible gouge appeared on the giant dragon that would not recover for a long time. It was now a competition to see who could outlast the other. There was a look of pain in the Grand Dragon's eyes, as well as a small hint of hesitation. However, those eyes soon turned resolute. A round bead suddenly appeared in the midst of the dragon breath that was constantly being spewed out. The round bead, wrapped in dragon breath, did not move very fast. It could even be described as exceptionally slow as it gradually pressed down on Zhu Feng, who was pinned to the ground. Martial Peak, Chapter 5014, Dragon Bead. Zhu Feng, who had not panicked even when he had been pinned to the ground by the Grand Dragon, instinctively felt a sense of fear rise in him the moment he saw the round bead. The round bead that was pressing down on him gave off an extremely dangerous feeling, one that was no mere illusion, but a real threat to his life. Without hesitation, Zhu Feng instantly directed his frenzied attacks at the Grand Dragon's body to the round bead instead. In the next moment, something happened that shocked Zhu Feng. No matter what attacks he threw at the round bead, he could not make it budge in the slightest, let alone stop its descent. It seemed like an instant, but also like millions of years. When the round bead landed on Zhu Feng, his chest instantly caved in and a spurt of ink-black blood was forced out of his throat uncontrollably. Violent power rampaged through his limbs and bones, weaving through his body and wreaking havoc within. At the same time, the Grand Dragon also roared in pain. Its 20,000-meter body suddenly shrank and Yang Kai returned to human form, drawing back the round bead into his mouth at the same time with a strong suction force. Without the dragon claw to keep him down, Zhu Feng was free again. Enduring the pain ravaging his body, he suddenly threw out a punch. Yang Kai, who was still dizzy and unable to stabilize himself, was unprepared for this punch and was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of golden blood as he tumbled through the air, his aura becoming extremely weak. At this moment, Yang Kai was nearing complete exhaustion, not to mention the fact that he had squeezed every last drop of the heritage out of his small universe. As for the round bead that he had spat out earlier, that was his own dragon bead. Back then, in the depths of the shattered heaven, in the divine spirit ancestral land, when Yang Kai progressed from a mere dragonkin into a true grand dragon, a dragon bead was condensed in his body, crystallized from the dragon bloodline's essence and his divine dragon source. It was the symbol of a grand dragon. Only grand dragons were capable of creating a true dragon bead. This bead was the same as the monster cores found in monster beasts. A monster core was the foundation of a monster beast, and the dragon bead was the foundation of a dragon. Nonetheless, a dragon bead was more concentrated than a monster core in terms of both power and purity. When a monster beast encountered a powerful enemy, it would unleash its monster core and use it to attack or defend, as could those from the dragon clan. This was a simple attack, but an immensely powerful one. However, it did have its drawbacks. Once done, the user would be taking a huge risk, whether it be for a monster core or a dragon bead. If it were destroyed, then it would immediately put one's life in danger, and in the worst-case scenario, directly result in one's death. It was for this reason that Yang Kai would never unleash his dragon bead no matter what sort of enemy he faced. After all, he was a master of the Tao of space, so if he could not beat an enemy, he could always run away. This time, however, he was truly forced into a desperate situation. The secret of the purifying light had already been exposed to Zhu Feng. If possible, Yang Kai naturally had to kill him here to avoid future problems. The power inside of his small universe had dried up, so now the only power he had left to use was that of his dragon vein. Faced with a strong foe like Zhu Feng, unleashing his dragon bead was the strongest card Yang Kai could play. Indeed, the dragon bead was able to injure Zhu Feng heavily. Even his chest had been caved in. However, Zhu Feng's flurry of attacks had also left cracks on Yang Kai's dragon bead and almost broke it apart on the spot. What's more, that was the final trump card Yang Kai had. With his dragon bead damaged, Yang Kai could not even maintain his dragon form. He had exhausted his options and no longer had the power to fight. In this match, he and Bai Yi were defeated. Zhu Feng was heavily injured, but he was still not dead. The only thing Yang Kai could do now was hurry and bring Bai Yi away from here. Only he had no idea whether he would have that opportunity. Somehow forcing himself to stand, Yang Kai's vision was blurry and his head was buzzing incessantly. Even as he stood there, he was shaking too much to maintain his stance. Bai Yi was laying motionless not far away from him. He stumbled over to Bai Yi, and when he arrived next to her, he could finally hang on no more and fell headfirst on top of her. The weight of his body caused a large amount of blood to spill from Bai Yi's mouth, and her aura, which was already weak, became even weaker. Yang Kai grabbed her arm and flipped her over, putting her on her back before struggling to stand up again. Every step he took left a bloody footprint on the ground. Following the direction in his memories, he made for the exit. However, before he could even walk a few steps, Zhu Feng's cold voice came from behind. "Where do you think you're going?" Yang Kai ignored the voice and was determined to keep going forward with faltering steps. "Don't even think you can," Zhu Feng shouted in a cold voice as his aura quickly neared Yang Kai. He clearly had the intention to stop him from escaping, but before he could even finish speaking, he began coughing violently as a large amount of ink-black blood spilled from his throat. As the blood came out, his aura rapidly deflated and became incredibly weak, almost disappearing in the blink of an eye. The coughing sounds became even fiercer as large mouthfuls of blood poured out continuously. Yang Kai stopped in his tracks and turned back to look. From his blurred vision, he could faintly see Zhu Feng's miserable appearance. At this moment, Zhu Feng was down on one knee not far away from them, ink-black face covering his face, almost pooling like a river at his feet. There were even bloody arrows squirting out from the wounds all throughout his body. It was clear that he could no longer suppress his wounds. "Ha!" Yang Kai wanted to laugh, but the sound that came out of his throat was hoarse like a wheeze. He was truly reaching his limit. He thought that the only thing left for him to do now was escape, but who knew that the situation could change so unpredictably? The roles of predator and prey swapped almost in an instant. The backlash from Zhu Feng's secret technique had finally manifested in full. This was the moment Yang Kai had been waiting for since he began the fight with Zhu Feng. In fact, Zhu Feng's aura had been constantly weakening all this while. Otherwise, there was no way that Yang Kai could have held on for so long. Even so, Yang Kai had still paid an immense price to force this stalemate. At the very last moment, Yang Kai even unleashed his dragon bead, but it was damaged and left him powerless to continue fighting. On the other hand, Zhu Feng still had energy remaining. The victor had already been decided, so if he did not leave, he would only be waiting for death. In fact, Yang Kai did not have much confidence that he could bring Bai Yi out of here alive. He could only try and leave the rest to fate. At the critical moment though, the heavens smiled down on him as Zhu Feng finally fell. Perhaps it was not just luck. Bai Yi's desperate strike, Yang Kai's desperate attempt to summon his dragon bead, all of those compounded and accelerated the onset of the backlash of Zhu Feng's secret technique. Zhu Feng's secret technique was very powerful, but now it seemed that the backlash he had to endure was just as terrifying. At this moment, of the 3 living beings in this sealed world, Bai Yi's aura was the weakest. After taking Zhu Feng's blow for Yang Kai, she was now in a comatose state. Zhu Feng's aura was almost non-existent as well, but it was still just slightly stronger than Bai Yi's. Clearly, he was unable to bear the backlash of the secret technique in his current state. In the end, it was the hobbling Yang Kai with his strength at the brink of being fully drained that had the strongest aura present. Life was truly filled with twists and turns. Crouching down and gently laying Bai Yi on the ground, Yang Kai approached Zhu Feng step by step, still hobbling and swaying as he moved, almost as if a gust of wind could send him sprawling. Halfway there, he summoned the Azure Dragon Spear into his hand. As the spear dragged across the ground, a harsh scraping sound could be heard. Zhu Feng was still coughing up blood, and it seemed like he was going to vomit every last drop from his body. When he heard the scraping noise and looked up though, horror flashed across his eyes. He stood up with great difficulty and turned around, moving step by step away from Yang Kai while trying to act strong by shouting, "Don't come any closer." There was no way Yang Kai would listen to him, of course. When he saw Zhu Feng in this state, power somehow welled up within him, allowing him to speed up as he shouted, "Stop running, you coward. One quick spear thrust and it will all be over." "As if I'd listen to you." Zhu Feng cursed in his heart. If he was caught here, then he would surely die. However, even though he wanted to get away from Yang Kai, his extremely weak condition left him moving even slower than a turtle's crawl. A noble territory lord like himself, being reduced to this state, Zhu Feng was desperate to cry but unable to shed any tears. Similarly, Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After everything that happened today, nobody would have imagined that the battle would end this way. A territory lord and a 7th-order human were now locked in a ridiculous chase that even ordinary mortals would find slow and awkward. It was simply disgraceful. At this point in time, though, anyone with any achievement in cultivation would be able to kill both of them. Fueled by his instinct to survive, Zhu Feng dragged his feet along step by step, leaving bloody footprints behind. Yang Kai was doing the same. The backlash from Zhu Feng's secret technique was indeed strong, and after a few moments, Zhu Feng stumbled and fell headlong to the ground. Down on his hands and knees, he was now crawling forward little by little. During his desperate moment, Zhu Feng heard a loud noise from behind him. Turning his head with great difficulty, he saw that Yang Kai, who was coming to kill him, had also fallen to the ground, crawling just like him. "Why go through this trouble?" Zhu Feng said with a heavy voice. "Why don't we both rest first, then settle this?" Yang Kai's voice was weak, but he still snarled, "In your dreams. Once I'm close enough, I'll stab you to death with my spear." Zhu Feng said, "Bai Yi is on her last breath. Why don't you go and check on her? Don't regret it when she dies." Yang Kai was unmoved. "Rest assured, if she still has a breath left in her, I will be able to bring her back. It will not be too late if I kill you first." Zhu Feng coldly snorted, "We are both in the same state now. We don't know who's going to die and who's going to live yet." As they spoke, they continued pushing their bodies forward, but they were moving at a similar speed. The distance between them was neither increasing nor decreasing. From how things were, it seemed unrealistic for Yang Kai to catch up with Zhu Feng. Realizing this, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and stared ahead. Zhu Feng's heart clenched. Even though he had no idea what Yang Kai was up to, he had a bad premonition about this, and the speed at which he crawled increased. A short moment later, Yang Kai grinned, "I win." Saying so, the portal of his small universe suddenly opened up in front of him, and in the next instant, a figure instantly rushed out. It was an elderly man holding a sharp blade in his hand. He was dazed when he first emerged, seemingly a bit dizzy, but soon he found his target and charged at Zhu Feng with sword drawn. Zhu Feng was stunned. Frankly, even after fighting with the humans for all these years, he had never met such a weak one before. The humans on the Black Ink battlefield were all at least in the 5th Order Open Heaven realm, but this old man who appeared out of nowhere was not even in the Open Heaven realm. This is the Emperor realm. As a territory lord, Zhu Feng naturally knew much about humans. He knew that the open heaven realm for the humans was separated into 9 orders, and under the open heaven realm existed many other realms, the most immediate of them being the Emperor realm. Martial Peak, Chapter 50-15, Ants Kill an Elephant. Zhu Feng had heard of Emperor Realm humans, but he had never seen one with his own eyes. After all, an Emperor Realm human would simply be incapable of staying alive on the black ink battlefield. Yet he saw one today. If it were any normal day, a simple glance from Zhu Feng would have been enough to cause such a weak ant to explode and die. However, he was now heavily injured and suffering from severe backlash from his secret technique. He was completely devoid of the might that a territory lord should have, so much so that even the appearance of an Emperor Realm human was life-threatening to him. And it was clear that this Emperor Realm human had been brought out from Yang Kai's small universe. The elderly man had clearly received orders from Yang Kai, and as soon as he appeared, he did not hesitate to brandish his sword in Zhu Feng's direction. Zhu Feng's face paled. Barely squeezing out a last breath, he spat out a mouthful of ink-black aura that headed straight for the elderly man. The aura was extremely thin, and it was quite apparent that Zhu Feng could not muster any more black ink strength from his body. However, the elderly man did not care. He protected his body with his strength and moved through the ink-black aura, slashing down and unleashing a sword wave. His sword struck Zhu Feng's huge neck. There was a deep wound there to begin with, so under the power of the sword, the wound instantly widened, going so deep that one could almost see bone. Fresh blood squirted out from the aggravated wound in an instant. After that one strike, the elderly man immediately backed away. Forming a hand seal, he tapped his own body a couple of times then, without a word, he fell limp to the ground. Before passing out, the elderly man looked in Yang Kai's direction, speaking with difficulty, "Ancestor, I've done all I could." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Zhu Feng, however, could not help but laugh loudly. "Even an ant thinks he can kill me? You'll need more than one for that." Even though the elderly man's sword had inflicted a serious wound on him, it was indeed not enough to kill him. The wound, horrible as it may seem, was merely a flesh wound to a territory lord. The only regretful thing was that after the ant slashed down at him, he had sealed his strength and forced himself unconscious. Otherwise, with his Emperor Realm cultivation, he would simply be unable to withstand the corruption of the black ink strength. It would only take a few breaths before he transformed into a black ink disciple, and when that time came, he would become a weapon for Zhu Feng to use against Yang Kai. However, if Yang Kai dared to bring him out from his small universe, he must have realized this possibility and would naturally not allow it to happen. The elderly man's self-imposed seal must have been ordered by Yang Kai in advance. Zhu Feng half wheezed and half laughed, but only for a moment because he soon saw Yang Kai looking at him with mockery and pity. Instantly thinking of something, he drew a breath of cold air and muttered, "You still have more helpers?" Yang Kai snorted, "I have thousands of them. Just lie down and accept death." Saying so, the portal to his small universe suddenly opened again, and another person came out of it. Just like the elderly man from before, this man had also only reached the Emperor realm. In fact, he was not even as powerful as the elderly man from before. Just like before, as soon as this man appeared, he charged at Zhu Feng and slashed his sword down fiercely right at the wound on his neck, immediately widening the gash, leaving a mark on his collarbone. After getting one hit in, the man backed away and sealed himself like his predecessor, instantly falling unconscious on the ground. Then, from the portal of the small universe, another man emerged. Zhu Feng cried out in terror and crawled forward on his hands and knees. He was truly feeling the threat of death now. One Emperor Realm human was nothing to him, even 2 did not matter. However, if they kept coming one after another, sooner or later he would die. With enough numbers on their side, even ants could kill an elephant. Zhu Feng had always laughed when he heard this saying in the past, but he was now experiencing it for himself. Sadly, he was the elephant that was being bitten to death by these ants. One by one, humans poured out from the small universe, all of them in the Emperor realm, and all of them only having one chance to attack, yet all of them struck at the same spot. Zhu Feng's wound grew worse with each hit, and his neck was soon almost severed. When the fifth person emerged from Yang Kai's small universe, Zhu Feng's head instantly separated from his body when his sword came down, rolling far away. From the wound on his neck, only a small amount of ink-black blood gushed out. Clearly, the blood in Zhu Feng's body had almost dried up already. The last cut that killed Zhu Feng came from a young man in the Third Order Emperor realm. He was slightly surprised to have finished the deed in one hit, but he quickly imposed a seal upon himself. Before falling unconscious, he cupped his fist at Yang Kai. "Fortunately, I did not fail my mission." With that, he fell headlong to the ground. Zhu Feng had been beheaded and he could not be any more dead than this, but his eyes still blinked with unwillingness. To a territory lord such as himself, the only worthy opponents in this world were the 8th Order or 9th Open humans. Yet, the demise of someone like him came under the combined strength of a few Emperor Realm humans. The light in Zhu Feng's gaze gradually dissipated and eventually he died with his eyes wide open. Yang Kai was panting heavily. Rolling on his back, he lay with his limbs spread on the ground. His victory had come with much difficulty in this battle. Neither he nor Bai Yi could have expected Zhu Feng to have a secret technique that would allow him to recover so quickly. They had almost fallen into a desperate situation with one mistake. Now Bai Yi was heavily injured and unconscious. He himself was also badly injured, with cracks having formed on his dragon bead, which was an unbelievable price to pay for this victory. Zhu Feng was saved by his secret technique, but it also became his demise. Fortunately, the backlash of his secret technique broke out in full force at the critical moment. Otherwise, Yang Kai felt that he may not have been able to escape with his life. By the end of the battle, he had become a dry oil lamp, completely exhausted. Yang Kai had learned just how strong the territory lords were from this fight. They were not an opponent a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could take on by themselves. If he were to bump into a territory lord at his peak alone, then Yang Kai could only hope to escape with his life. But no matter how difficult the process was, the outcome was still a happy one. Zhu Feng was finally dead. On the black ink battlefield, the winner was the king, the loser was the villain. There was nothing more to be said. After consuming a healing spirit pill, Yang Kai silently refined it, and after a full cup of tea's time, he finally struggled to his feet. He was still dizzy and his small universe was still empty. If one were to look into his small universe at this moment, one would see that the world inside had gone gray and dull. Naturally, it was because he had consumed too much of his strength, and that consumption could only be slowly restored later. Now though, the most important thing was to safely bring everyone back. Step by step, he walked up to the unconscious Emperor Realm cultivators and took them into his small universe. These Emperor Realm cultivators had all come from the 7 Stars sect inside of his small universe. The first elderly man to emerge was Sect Master Shangguanji. The rest were the elders of 7 Stars sect, such as Guan Qianxing. Many years ago, Yang Kai entered 7 Stars sect with his soul avatar and became their ancestor. It was also there that he accepted his 2 legacy disciples, Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ya. Later, he even accepted a 3rd disciple from 7 Stars sect, Su. After sending Zhao Yibai, Zhao Ya, and Su Yi back to the star boundary, Yang Kai no longer made an appearance in his small universe. This time, if his hand were not forced, then he would not have let these Emperor Realm cultivators take on such a risk. The corruption of black ink strength was too difficult for even an Open Heaven Realm Master to resist, much less for someone in the Emperor Realm. So, before Yang Kai borrowed their power to deal with Zhu Feng, he had given them repeated warnings that they had only once chance to strike, after which they should seal their bodies and consciousness. Otherwise, the consequences would be unpredictable. The Emperor Realm cultivators of 7 Stars sect were very obedient to his word. After all, Yang Kai was too profound an existence for them, and they naturally would not dare to disobey the word of their ancestor. Each one of them made only one strike after emerging before sealing their bodies and falling unconscious. This proved to be the right choice. By now, these Emperor Realm cultivators had already been corrupted by the black ink strength to their cores and transformed into black ink disciples. Only, they were all unconscious, otherwise, they would have attacked Yang Kai. Soon, Yang Kai arrived at the young man who appeared last. It was this youth who laid down a great achievement, delivering the final blow that decapitated Zhu Feng. The face of this youth looked vaguely familiar to him. Yang Kai thought for a moment before recognizing this guy as Mao Fei Ping. He was slightly surprised. This was the little one who joined Seven Stars sect together with Zhao Yibai and Zhao Ye back then. Now, he had reached the Third Order Emperor realm. If it had to be said, then Mao Fei Ping's aptitude was quite good. The Emperor Qi in his body was also carefully cultivated. If not for him living in Yang Kai's small universe all this while, he could have reached the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm by now based on his aptitude. It was thanks to the help of these Emperor Realm cultivators that came out today that Yang Kai turned failure into a success. Perhaps he could give them some pointers and show them the way to greater heights in the martial Dao. After putting Mao Fei Ping back into his small universe, Yang Kai hurried over to where Bai Yi was. Bai Yi was still unconscious, and her aura was extremely faint. Her body was marked with wounds and covered with blood. The wound on her shoulder was especially bad, having blown a significant portion of her chest open. This wound was inflicted when Zhu Feng caught her feathered arrow and threw it back at her. Then, she sacrificed herself to act as a shield, protecting Yang Kai and sustaining a direct hit from Zhu Feng that broke a great number of the bones in her body. These wounds were almost fatal, even for a Seventh Order master like Bai Yi. If she did not receive help, then she could die here. She had been unconscious all this while, and she had also long been corrupted by black ink strength. Just like the Emperor Realm cultivators from before, she had turned into a black ink disciple. Yang Kai first used purifying light in order to dispel the black ink strength inside of her small universe. Only then did he use his towering evergreen divine manifestation. The illusory phantom of the immortal tree immediately appeared behind Yang Kai's back, its branches dropping down, forming a half-circle of protection, allowing rich vitality to flow out and envelop Bai. Yang Kai then took out some spirit pills and pried open Bai Yi's mouth, pouring them in and then using his power to help her refine them. Even though the sealed world was filled with black ink strength, it was relatively safe. After all, this was Zhu Feng's hidden base, so there was no worry about them being disturbed by anyone else. With a combination of spirit pills and towering evergreen, Bai Yi gradually recovered her vitality, and the wounds on her body also began to heal. It was the same for Yang Kai. The rate of his recovery was even greater than Bai Yi's since he had a dragon physique, so his restoration abilities had always been stronger than average. However, while physical wounds were easy to heal, and the world force of his small universe could also be replenished, the damage to his dragon bead would surely give him a headache for some time to come. Martial Peak, Chapter 5016, Heart Knot. Yang Kai's dragon bead was hidden under his maw, and when he looked inside now, he could clearly see the tiny cracks covering its surface, and its luster had also dulled. Unleashing his dragon bead did succeed in causing great damage to Zhu Feng, but Zhu Feng's counterattack also led to his dragon bead being damaged. This was also the reason why Yang Kai would not dare to simply bring out his dragon bead. Once it was brought out, its power was indeed awe-inspiring, but the dangers were equally immense. Once the dragon bead was destroyed, his life would immediately be put in danger. It was fortunate that the worst-case scenario did not happen. However, now that his dragon bead had been damaged, Yang Kai had a vague feeling that he would not be able to use his dragon transformation anytime soon, much less assume his grand dragon form. He had spent some time in the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace inside the Divine Spirit's ancestral land. During his seclusion there, following the refinement of his bloodline purity, Yang Kai had also awakened some of his Dragon Clan inheritance and knew that once a dragon bead was damaged, it was extremely difficult to repair. It had to be gently nurtured with the power of one's own dragon vein, and it was a slow process that could not be rushed. So, while the problem with his dragon bead was not a big one for Xianxia right now, it was by no means small either. Since he could only rely on his own dragon vein's power to repair it though, there was no point in feeling anxious. As the towering evergreen divine manifestation continued to do its job, Xianxia inhaled a mountain of open heaven pills before taking out a set of resources to silently refine and replenish his depleted world force. After 2 or 3 days of this, Bai Yi's lashes suddenly fluttered, and she opened her eyes with a slightly labored grunt. "You're awake." Noticing her movements, Xianxia quickly opened his eyes to check on her. Bai Yi's injuries were serious, and even though Xianxia had already helped her recover from some of them, he was only an external aid in the end. It was good news that she had woken up on her own. Now, she could recover much faster if she focused on healing herself. Bai Yi still looked disoriented, but she soon remembered what happened before she fell unconscious and was startled. "Where is this? Where's Zhu Feng?" Xianxia explained, "We are still in Zhu Feng's hideout and he's dead." Saying so, he pointed to the side. Bai Yi turned her head around and saw Zhu Feng's large body lying on the ground a short distance away, his head separated from it. The eyes on his large head had widened into circles as they stared straight in their direction, almost as if he wanted to stare them down even in death. Bai Yi could not help but feel shocked that Zhu Feng actually died. Before falling unconscious, Zhu Feng's power was still close to its peak. Even though he had also been hurt through the combined efforts of Xianxia and herself, a territory lord was still not an entity that 2 7th-order masters could hope to compete with. She thought that she and Xianxia would not be able to escape death, but who knew that she would wake up to see Zhu Feng's headless corpse? She had no idea what happened after she fell unconscious, but she knew that it had to have been an astonishing battle. "Seen your brother saved me?" Bai Yi asked. Xianxia could not help but laugh. "There is no one here besides you and me. Naturally, it was I who saved you." Bai Yi had a complicated look in her eyes before she sighed. "There was no need to save me." Xianxia frowned at her words. There was something not quite right with that sentence, but after pausing for a moment, he simply said, "First, heal your injuries. You were badly wounded, so if you don't focus on recovering, you might suffer from lingering danger in the future." Bai Yi nodded slightly and struggled to sit cross-legged, silently circulating her strength. There was silence inside of the sealed world for a while as the two healed their wounds and restored their energy. With towering evergreen nourishing and shielding them, the lingering black ink strength could not encroach upon their position in the slightest. Another 8 days passed, and Xianxia had finally made a recovery. The injuries to his physical body were basically healed, and the emptiness inside of his small universe was also somewhat replenished. Even though he had not returned to full strength, he was not far from it. Bai Yi was a little slower to recover than he was, but after noticing Xianxia's movements, she opened her eyes and slowly got up, elegantly saluting him. "Many thanks for your life-saving grace, senior brother." Xianxia looked at her silently for a moment before speaking. "If you really want to thank me, then live on and kill more Black Ink clansmen. You are strong, so it would be a great loss to the human race if you were to fall here." Bai Yi pursed her lips and nodded. Xianxia did not notice it previously, but he realized the problem with what Bai Yi said when she woke up now. Bai Yi clearly had a death wish. Perhaps she was determined to die when she stood in front of Xianxia and blocked Zhu Feng's ferocious blow for him. Xianxia had treated many Black Ink disciples, so he had seen this condition before. The hands of these Black Ink disciples were all stained with the blood of their own people. To Black Ink disciples, the Black Ink clan was supreme, and they would follow any order given to them without question, even if it meant murdering their own people. After being saved by Xianxia, these events became something of a trauma for them. It had to be known that those whom they killed used to be the allies whom they fought side by side with, so it was likely that these experiences would continue to haunt them for a long, long time. This was particularly true for Bai Yi. With her incredible archery skills and her powerful 7th-order open heaven realm cultivation, even Xianxia suffered 3 serious losses at her hands, so how could ordinary cultivators even hope to survive when facing her? Yang Kai had no idea how many humans had died at Bai Yi's hands, but he knew that it was far more than just one or two. It was exactly for that reason that Bai Yi desired to die. She felt ashamed to return to the side of the humans with her hands dripping in their blood and with their souls lingering behind her. Her perfunctory reply seemed to suggest that she was not taking his words seriously, so Yang Kai frowned and scolded, "One Zhu Feng is not enough to make up for your sins. If you feel guilty, then for everyone you killed, you must take 10 or 100 from the Black Ink clan. If you were to die so easily, then those who fell to you would truly have died in vain." He hadn't been planning to be this blunt with her, but Bai Yi was clearly not in the right state of mind at the moment, so he had no choice but to use some sharp words. The blood suddenly drained from Bai Yi's face, turning her as pale as snow. Her body trembled and she gritted her teeth. "Senior brother's teachings are correct. I will definitely not let senior brother down." Yang Kai shook his head. "This isn't about whether you let me down or not. It's about your own conscience you have to clear." After thinking through his words, Bai Yi nodded again. As Bai Yi steadied herself, Yang Kai followed up, "That's all I have to say. You think about it on your own. I'm no good at consoling people, so I may have spoken a little harshly, but I hope you don't take it to heart. It would be inconvenient for us to stay here any longer, so let's get out of here first." Bai Yi had no objections. While helping Bai Yi heal, Yang Kai had used his divine sense to look through this sealed world. It was not a large place, so he could naturally examine its entirety without much trouble. Unfortunately, he did not find anything valuable. The black ink nest would have been an excellent specimen to be studied. However, after Zhu Feng used his secret technique, it had already withered completely and broken apart, rendering it useless. In just a short moment, the two of them arrived at the exit, which was blocked by some kind of secret technique. However, this was no problem for Yang Kai. Using space principles, he pried open the world barrier so the two of them could leave. Once they were back in the void, Yang Kai immediately checked his surroundings, but found nothing unusual. It had been almost a month since he had been separated from Dawn, so Yang Kai naturally wondered how they were doing. Back then, Yang Kai had run off chasing Bai Yi. As a result, he ended up on a tumultuous ride that delayed him until now. However, there was no need for Yang Kai to worry too much about Dawn. Even without him, there were still 4 7th-order masters to take charge. And Dawning Light was a far stronger warship than normal. As long as they did not bump into a territory lord, they would basically be fine. However, the last time that Yang Kai tried to use the universe transference law, he was surprisingly unable to connect with the universe array on Dawning Light, which left him a bit puzzled. He had no idea what happened. Once again, Yang Kai used the universe transference law in the silent void. This time, the universe transference law was able to resonate with the universe array on Dawning Light. In other words, as long as he was willing, he could return that instant. However, though he could return, Bai Yi couldn't. So, after confirming that he could connect with Dawning Light, Yang Kai dismissed the technique and turned to her, "Let's go." After saying that, he led the way while Bai Yi followed in a somewhat depressed manner. Even though neither of them was in peak condition, they were not existences with whom ordinary 7th-order open heaven realm masters could compete to begin with, so they did not even bother trying to hide themselves. They had even killed a territory lord, so they were eager to meet some Black Ink clansmen along the way to satisfy their appetites. Unfortunately, they had an uneventful journey back. It was as if the Black Ink clansmen in this region had all been ruthlessly killed off. Not even a single human was seen either. Yang Kai found this very strange, as when he was pursuing Bai Yi, he would still occasionally bump into human or Black Ink clan squads. This was not a safe or peaceful area, and soldiers from both sides had been fighting all over the place just a few days ago. Something was clearly not right about the current situation. It seemed that something big had happened in this region during the time that he and Bai Yi were in Zhu Feng's nest. Realizing this, Yang Kai increased his speed. A few days later, the asteroid where the 4th forward base was located came into view, and Yang Kai led Bai Yi straight towards it. There were naturally human masters who stopped them in order to question them, only allowing them to pass after Yang Kai identified himself. Yang Kai flew straight over to Dawn Squad's camp, and a figure rushed out from within one of the huts a moment later. It was Feng Ying. Feng Ying's eyes lit up the moment she saw Yang Kai, and she breathed a sigh of relief. "Squad leader, you finally returned." They were naturally a bit worried when Yang Kai did not show his face for so long. They had no idea whether something had happened to him. As Yang Kai was a special member of the human race, then the loss they would be incurring would be far greater than the loss of an 8th Order Master if he were to die. Yang Kai nodded and looked at her surprised. "Are you hurt?" Feng Ying's aura showed some signs of instability, which was a clear sign that she had been injured. "It's nothing major," Feng Ying smiled casually. Their conversation drew the attention of even more of Dawn's members. One by one, they all came out of retreat and were all overjoyed to see Yang Kai. But although all 35 of Dawn's members were present, most of them were injured, especially the 7th Order Masters who seemed to be in serious condition. Yang Kai was shocked at this sight. Wondering what Dawn had encountered in his absence, he could not help but ask, was there some kind of great battle with the Black Ink clan? Martial Peak, Chapter 5017, Beginning and End. With Dawn Squad's heritage and the capabilities of the warship, Dawning Light, they could easily crush any small group of Black Ink clansmen that they bumped into. However, that the squad's members all had injuries proved that they had experienced a fierce battle. Perhaps they had bumped into some big army from the Black Ink clan. Xianxia answered, "We were unlucky and ran into a territory lord." Territory lord? Yang Kai frowned slightly. What happened? Xianxia quickly gave him a rundown of what happened then. When Yang Kai left to chase after Bai Yi, they stayed behind to clean up the battlefield. Then, when they followed the direction Yang Kai left in, they failed to find any traces of him and had to give up. There was a universe array set up on Dawning Light, so Yang Kai need only use the universe transference law to return safely anytime he wished to. And with Yang Kai himself being exceptionally strong, as well as a master of the Tao of space, his life should not be in danger even if he were to run into a territory lord. So, Dawn didn't need to worry much about him. Dawning Light continued to roam the resource zone and hunt down Black Ink clansmen as they waited for Yang Kai. Unfortunately, they inadvertently ran into a territory lord. Naturally, Dawn was manned with elites, so they had a back-and-forth fight with the territory lord for a time, and that was how their injuries came about. The battle had also left many of Dawning Light's arrays damaged. Even though the territory lord was fierce, Dawn was not defenseless, so it was difficult for even a territory lord to try to eliminate them. At the critical moment, Su Bo-liang appeared and engaged the territory lord. Every one of Dawn's members were injured, and even Dawning Light had sustained serious damage. Naturally, they couldn't stay on the battlefield anymore and could only return to the forward base first. As for the outcome of the battle between Su Bo-liang and the territory lord, they had no idea. However, within half a day of their retreat back to the forward base, Su Bo-liang also returned. Now, he had replaced Cha Hu as the one assuming command here. After Xianxia finished his recounting, Feng Ying said, "Division Commander Su must have sustained some injuries." When he returned, his aura was slightly unstable. Once he finished hearing everything they had to say, Yang Kai and Bai Yi exchanged glances, their expressions looking a little funny. "What is it?" Feng Ying was confused. Yang Kai shook his head. "It's nothing. Coincidentally, I also met the territory lord who attacked you." Feng Ying was surprised. "You saw him too? Did you fight?" Yang Kai nodded. "It was a big fight. I almost didn't make it back." Feng Ying immediately chastised, "Foolishness. Even though that territory lord was hurt by Division Commander Su, he was still a territory lord. He's not someone that 1 or 2 7th Order Masters can fight against." Yang Kai deeply agreed. "That's right. Bai Yi and I had to expend a lot of effort in order to kill him." "Kill him?" Shen Ao and the others were dumbfounded. Feng Ying's eyes also widened in surprise. If they had not heard those words from Yang Kai themselves, then they would not even dare to believe it. Luckily, I managed to ambush him with a point-blank strike of purifying light that greatly damaged his strength. Then, with junior sister Bai Yi's help, it was a difficult fight, but we managed to come out of it with just a scare, Yang Kai explained simply. Everyone was shocked. Feng Ying turned to look at Bai Yi, and Yang Kai hurried over to introduce them. Feng Ying realized, so, junior sister Bai was the one who left squad leader in a mess? Junior sister Bai is powerful indeed. It was Su Bo Liang, no doubt about it. Yang Kai quickly cupped his fist. Dawn's Yang Kai greets Division Commander Su. Bai Yi also saluted him. Bai Yi greets Division Commander Su. Su Bo Liang nodded gently and reached his hand out, and then the two of them were lifted by an invisible force. He looked at Yang Kai first, then at Bai Yi. The next moment, his brow rose in surprise. It was you who attacked me that day, right? Naturally, he was able to recognize Bai Yi the instant he saw her. Bai Yi dropped her head. I was not myself then, please forgive me, Division Commander Su. Su Bo Liang chuckled. It doesn't matter. You were a Black Ink disciple back then, so it was only natural that you did what you did. However, your archery skills are indeed amazing. I have met many from Divine Feather Paradise, yet there are few who are on par with you. Have you cultivated the Sun Chaser Arrow Heart? Bai Yi answered respectfully, yes. Su Bo Liang nodded lightly. I heard that it is extremely difficult to cultivate the Sun Chaser Arrow Heart. Inside Divine Feather Paradise, it is rare to find even one each generation that achieves success with it. For you to have reached this level of mastery in the 7th Order, you will surely become a great asset when your order rises in the future. Bai Yi was humble. Division Commander Su is too polite. Yang Kai listened in confusion, but he could guess that the Sun Chaser Arrow Heart must be a type of secret technique from Divine Feather Paradise. Just like the secret techniques of Myriad Demons Heaven, it was rare to find anyone who could successfully cultivate it. After a few words of encouragement, Su Bo Liang turned to Yang Kai. You are not bad either. Saving a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master is no small merit. On that topic, were you also hiding nearby on that day? Yang Kai was a little embarrassed. Please forgive me, Division Commander Su. I was so determined to capture Junior Sister Bai that I did not help, worrying that I would disturb the grass and alert the snake. Su Bo Liang nodded lightly. You made the right decision. It's good that you have your own considerations, but it was also a shame that Zhu Feng was allowed to escape. We were just about to speak to Division Commander about that. Yang Kai cupped his fist. After capturing Junior Sister Bai, this junior received critical intelligence from her and was able to infiltrate Zhu Feng's hidden nest. While he was trying to recover, we were able to kill him, as well as 3 of his subordinated feudal lords. Su Bo Liang was surprised. You were able to kill Zhu Feng? He had fought with Zhu Feng and knew just how powerful that guy was. Even though Zhu Feng was heavily injured, he was still not an easy target to take down, much less with 3 of his subordinated feudal lords present. Yes. Su Bo Liang looked slightly spirited. How did you kill him? Tell me in detail. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before starting his account from when he and Bai Yi entered the nest, disguised themselves as Black Ink disciples to get close to Zhu Feng, and then used purifying light to deal a heavy blow to him. Then, Zhu Feng used a secret technique to recover his strength while his 3 subordinated feudal lords came forward to buy time for him. The fight ended quickly, and after dealing with the 3 feudal lords, they laid down a flurry of attacks on the Black Ink nest. As a result, Zhu Feng used some kind of sacrificial secret technique to rapidly recover. Yang Kai described their desperate fight at the end in great detail. Su Bo Liang's expression kept on changing as he listened. Even though Yang Kai and Bai Yi now stood before him unharmed, suggesting that the fight was less risky than it led on, he could almost feel just how perilous it had been. If the two of them were less fortunate that day, they would have died there. When he heard that Zhu Feng was actually killed by the combined efforts of 5 Emperor Realm cultivators who beheaded him, Su Bo Liang also didn't know whether to laugh or cry. For a territory lord like Zhu Feng to die in such a manner was truly sad. Nobody would have expected that Emperor Realm cultivators would actually be able to achieve such a great feat on the Black Ink battlefield. However, if all had to be said, then Zhu Feng's death was not only the result of Yang Kai and Bai Yi's efforts. It had to also be attributed to his fights with Dawn and Su Bo Liang. Yang Kai and Bai Yi knew that they had only picked up a bargain at the end. So, the Black Ink clan can actually use Black Ink nests to recover rapidly. I have never heard of such a thing before. This is a very important piece of information you've brought back. This knowledge may be able to reduce unnecessary casualties on our side in the future. They had never encountered such a thing before, mainly because of how precious the Black Ink nests were for the Black Ink clan. They were all placed in the depths of the Black Ink clan's territory, so no human had even seen a Black Ink clan master use one to recover their injuries like this. Had it not been for a coincidental opportunity, then Yang Kai and Bai Yi would not have learned of this either. They had also paid a steep price because of their ignorance. In any case, the two of you have rendered a great service this time. Su Bo Liang looked approvingly at them. Yang Kai smiled. Division Commander Su, if we did a great service, then does that mean we can ask for some benefits too? Su Bo Liang scolded while laughing at him. Smelly brat, what sort of benefits do you want? Let's hear it. Yang Kai cupped his fist. Junior Sister Bai has only just rid herself of her Black Ink disciple status. This junior asks that Division Commander please register her and assign her to my Dawn squad. Martial Peak, Chapter 5018, Final Battle. Upon hearing this, Su Bo Liang nudged him. Brat, you've got quite the appetite. Already coveting your junior sister Bai? Do you have any idea how ordinary squads are assigned and how your Dawn squad is allocated? Yet, it's still not enough for you, I see. Yang Kai nodded. This junior naturally knows. It would be extremely fortunate for a squad to even have 2 7th Order Master assuming command. Many squads only have a single 7th Order squad leader while my Dawn has 5 7th Order Masters. This is indeed a lot more than an ordinary squad would have. Su Bo Liang was brusque. It's good that you know. Yang Kai cupped his fist. The military merits that Dawn has accumulated until now more than justifies this kind of distribution. If we include the merit of killing Zhu Feng, which happened with the combined efforts of this junior and junior sister Bai, then we have far surpassed what should be required. Su Bo Liang nodded. That is true. Seeing that he did not object to what he said, Yang Kai struck while the iron was hot. Since its inception, Dawn has been a special operations squad. If those in Blue Sky Pass were to be described as a spear, then Dawn would be the tip of its blade, and the sharper the tip, the easier it would be for us to take down our foes. So, the stronger Dawn is, then the more it would benefit Blue Sky Pass. What does Division Commander think? That's a crooked argument. Su Bo Liang snickered again with laughter. However, after pondering for a moment, he nodded. So be it. Army Commander Zhong Liang also said in the past that you could recruit anyone under the 8th Order into Dawn. Now that Bai Yi has caught your eye, then let her be included in your squad. Yang Kai hurriedly cupped his fist. Many thanks, Division Commander Su. Su Bo Liang turned to Bai Yi. Bai Yi, I should still ask you for your opinion on this matter. If you are willing to join Dawn, then I will register you under their name. Otherwise, you can also go to a different squad. With your abilities, you are definitely qualified to become a squad leader yourself. There is no need to put yourself under this little brat. Bai Yi bowed elegantly to him. This junior is willing to be at senior brother Yang's disposal. Very well. Su Bo Liang nodded lightly and immediately registered Bai Yi, also noting Yang Kai and her military merits. A short while later, the two of them left Su Bo Liang's office and returned to Dawn's camp. When they found out that Bai Yi had joined Dawn, everyone was overjoyed. They had not experienced Bai Yi's strength for themselves, but anyone who could escape repeatedly while being chased by Yang Kai could not be weak. What was more, Bai Yi was also a disciple of Divine Feather Paradise. Her joining Dawn would bring their long-range fighting capabilities to a new level. They believed that with her archery skills, they would surely have an even easier time when they encountered the Black Ink clan in the future. After arranging a place for Bai Yi to stay, she was told to meditate and recover since her injuries had yet to heal. After all, Zhu Feng's nest was not exactly suited to proper healing. As Yang Kai was about to return to his own place of rest, Feng Ying came over. After allowing her inside, the two of them took their seats and Yang Kai asked, "What is it, Martial Ant?" Feng Ying hesitated for a moment before speaking. "You are already in the 7th order now. You and I are in the same order, so there's no need to call me Martial Ant anymore." Yang Kai laughed. "Then what should I call you? Senior sister?" Feng Ying nodded. "That will do. You see, you call Bai Yi Junior Sister Bai, and I also call her Junior Sister Bai, yet you call me Martial Ant. It's a bit confusing." Yang Kai was silent. He had also noticed this, and it was indeed a mess. For us cultivators, age has never been a criterion for how we address one another. Our strength is. If you were from a cave heaven or paradise, then that would be fine, but you are not, so there is no need to stick to the rules of seniority. "Then we will do as Senior Sister says." Yang Kai nodded. Feng Ying smiled. "That's more like it." "Is that why Senior Sister is here?" Feng Ying shook her head. "No. I have some other business." Yang Kai looked serious. "Please speak, Senior Sister." Feng Ying explained, "It's like this. A new area with rich resources has been discovered near the forward base that used to be occupied by the Black Ink clan. However, our people have the upper hand now and are pushing the battle line there little by little. The Black Ink clan seems unwilling to give up that area, so they have gathered a lot of forces to hold the line. Most of the people from this forward base have gathered there already, and some days ago, I heard from Division Commander Su that both the Black Ink clan and the humans intend to settle things there. In that case, it would become the final battle here, and if the humans were to win, then we would fully occupy the resources in that area." Yang Kai finally understood. No wonder we didn't see any of our people or any Black Ink clansmen on the way back. So they have all gathered there, have they? Feng Ying nodded. On top of its strategic importance, it's also a good place to gain merits. It is only natural that the division commanders don't want to miss it. Even if we do get to seize that area, Blue Sky Pass would only be able to mine it for several dozen years at most before we will have to retreat. However, being able to mine for several dozen years is still enough to provide the inner sanctum with a great surplus of cultivation resources. Indeed. Yang Kai nodded. Has the fight there started already? Feng Ying said, the skirmishes have never stopped, but the real battle has not begun yet. Still, it will not be long till it happens. What the division commanders were afraid of were the several territory lords standing guard in this area. The number of territory lords and their power is similar to that of our division commanders, so neither side can gain an advantage over the other. Now that you and Bai Yi have killed Zhu Feng though, the Black Ink clan has one less territory lord. The division commanders will definitely seize this opportunity to deal a serious blow to the Black Ink clan. Yang Kai raised a brow. What is Dawning Light's current status? Feng Ying told him, I just went to check. Repairs will require 7 or 8 more days to fully complete. 7 or 8 days? Yang Kai muttered, then we shall wait. During our last battle, Bai Yi and I also used up a lot of our strength. We are in need of time to recover. Feng Ying nodded, good. After sending Feng Ying away, Yang Kai immediately went into retreat to restore his energy. He took a large number of open heaven pills and a set of 6th order materials and began refining them, seeking to quickly restore the heritage of his small universe. He was now in the 7th order, so naturally, the fastest way to recover was to refine 7th order materials. However, 7th order materials were 10 times more precious compared to 6th order materials, and with the aid of open heaven pills, sixth-order materials were sufficient. Moreover, the many living beings he was rearing in his small universe were constantly providing him with more world force. Yang Kai had a lot of resources on hand, but any amount of resources was not easy to come by in this black ink battlefield, so he had to use them sparingly. After a few days, Yang Kai pushed open the door to his room, feeling refreshed. Inside Dawn's camp, Dawning Light hovered quietly in midair as Feng Ying led the squad up and down the deck, examining its condition. When she saw Yang Kai's reappearance, Feng Ying peered out of the deck and waved at him. Yang Kai flew over and looked around. "How is it?" Feng Ying nodded. "All the damaged arrays have been repaired and the squad has just about recovered. We are ready to sortie." Yang Kai nodded and looked down towards Bai Yi's room. Seeing the door closed, he said, "Call Bai Yi. She can continue restoring herself on the way. I will go and inform Division Commander Su of our departure." Saying so, he sped off towards where Su Bo Liang was. A few moments later, he saw Su Bo Liang and informed him of his plans. Su Bo Liang naturally had no intention of stopping him. It could even be said that he wanted Dawn to participate in the final fight there to begin with. It was just that he knew that Dawning Light was in repairs all this while, so he decided to wait for the repairs to complete before calling Yang Kai over and sending him off with the task. Now that Yang Kai had come to him himself with such intentions, naturally, he could ask for nothing better. Reports coming in from that side say that there are a lot of Black Ink clansmen gathered there, at least 20,000 of them. For the Black Ink clan, it's enough to make up an entire army. Even though there are definitely going to be a lot of high-rank and low-rank Black Ink clansmen, one still cannot take the situation too lightly. Yang Kai nodded earnestly and asked, "How many people are there on our side?" "Less than 2,000. Su Bo Liang gave a concise answer. 2,000 versus 20,000, that was 10 times the difference. These numbers could not be compared at all. However, Yang Kai knew that it was impossible for the humans to deploy any more troops than this. In the entirety of Men Xie Royal Lord's territory, the humans occupied 4 resource harvesting areas. If they had to assign 2,000 men in each of these areas, then 4 areas would require 8,000 soldiers combined. That was an entire army from Blue Sky Pass. Naturally, Blue Sky Pass could not send out so many clansmen to capture the resource harvesting areas, as they still needed to retain most of their strength around the Great Pass itself in case something went wrong. However, all 2,000 of the humans here were in the 5th Order Open Heaven realm and above, and they could depend on the might of their warships to further boost their strength. On the other hand, nobody could say how many of the weak low-rank Black Ink clansmen there were mixed into the Black Ink clan's 20,000-strong army. So, despite the disparity in numbers, it was difficult to say which side would win in this battle. The only way to know was to fight. Dawn is strong, so if you perform well, you can play a decisive role on a battlefield like this. However, I have one order for you. Yang Kai said with a serious face, "Please speak, Division Commander Su." Martial Peak, Chapter 5019, Clash. The location of the final decisive battle was taking place a 2 or 3 days' journey away from the forward base. During this time, other than the ones taking turns controlling Dawning Light's speed and direction, everyone else was resting and preparing. Yang Kai stood alone on the deck, keeping a lookout. 2 days later, before Dawning Light had even reached their destination, Yang Kai could already see the lights shining brightly ahead of them in the void. Even from such a great distance, occasional energy fluctuations could be felt coming from there. Have they already begun fighting? Yang Kai's face turned cold and he hurriedly sounded the alarm. The cabin door opened and one by one, figures emerged onto the deck like a school of fish, gazing out at the war that was going on in full swing up ahead. The decisive battle had indeed begun, but as they grew closer to it, Yang Kai realized that it must not have been long since the fight began, because the Black Ink clan's army was still in formation and there were not many casualties. It seemed like hostilities had broken out about an hour ago. It could be said that Dawning Light had arrived just in time. Looking over, They could see human warships shuttling through the large battlefield, unleashing powerful bursts of bright light towards the Black Ink Clan's lines. These were clearly the abilities of the offensive arrays installed on the warships. Rarely would a cultivator leave the shelter of a warship. Only the Seventh Order masters who were confident in their abilities would choose to fight exposed. After all, this was not Blue Sky Pass. In the last great battle that happened between the two clans, even if the humans were to be corrupted by Black Ink's strength, they could quickly retreat to the inner sanctum or use the purifying light sealed within the purifying Black Ink battleships in order to dispel the encroaching Black Ink strength. Right now, there were no purifying Black Ink battleships here. If they really were invaded by Black Ink strength, they would have no choice but to return to the forward base using the universe transference law and then travel at least 2 or 3 days to return. The battle might even be over after such a period of time. What was more, the fight had only just begun, so the humans were trying to preserve their strength as much as possible, capitalizing on the advantage their warships gave them to kill their enemies. Opposite the human battlefront, the tide of Black Ink clansmen was blasting away at the warships, causing the defensive arrays to flicker as they were hit. The warships of some of the less fortunate squads had even lost the ability to continue fighting and had no choice but to retreat towards the forward base. Dawning light sped over, and as soon as they entered the battlefield, Xianxia could feel several powerful divine senses enveloping them, facing off against each other from a distance. These divine senses clearly belonged to the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm humans and the Territory Lords. It was exactly because of the presence of the Eighth Order Masters that the Territory Lords were deterred from intervening in the battle, and this was also true for the humans. The ones at the top were all suppressing each other, so the victor of this fight could only be decided by those below the Eighth Order on both sides. Xianxia, who was standing on the deck, swept his eyes around and saw a weak point in the human lines. The Black Ink clan were attacking that point with such ferocity that even with a dozen warships supporting each other, they were still in a shaky situation. The defensive array on one of those ships was even starting to fade. It was clear that it could not hold out much longer. Xianxia pointed in that direction. "Adjust our course." In less than a few dozen breaths, the squad members in rotation were all pale-faced. Even without Feng Ying's warning, Xianxia had also noticed this as the protective barrier around dawning light had dimmed a lot. It was indeed true that they could not hold on for long. "Swap with me." Xianxia appeared at one of the defensive arrays as he spoke and sat cross-legged, taking a deep breath before pouring the energy from his small universe into it. In the next instant, the shield, which had been on the verge of collapse, glowed brightly again, instantly exploding dazzlingly like a rising sun. Xin Ao and the others were astonished. The strength of a defensive array was proportional to the depth of heritage of the one presiding over it. At each defensive array was a defensive artifact acting as the array core, and all the one presiding over the array had to do was pour their energy into it and the array would activate, creating a defensive shield. Normally, each defensive array would require the combined efforts of at least 3 members to operate. After all, the cultivation of these members were either at the 5th Order or the 6th Order. This was the only way they could ensure that their defenses remained sturdy. Now, Xianxia's power alone fueled the arrays to greater heights than before. The attacks that came from all directions barely made a ripple on the light barrier before dispersing without a trace. One could see just how rich Xianxia's heritage was from this. Martial Peak, Chapter 50-20, Tear Through the Line of Defense. The various arrays laid out on dawning light were the most advanced that Blue Sky Pass could produce. Usually, if the defensive arrays could bring out 70% of their power under the combined efforts of several squad members, then with Xianxia personally powering the array, 100% of its effect burst out all at once. In terms of its protective power, it was naturally different from before. The difference of 30% almost doubled the shield's strength. Feng Ying had originally been worried that dawning light would not be able to hold on for long, but when she saw the attacks causing only a ripple as they hit the light barrier before becoming completely useless, she swiftly shouted, "Charge through!" Hearing this, the squad member in charge of steering the ship maneuvered Dawning Light so that it could crash straight through the Black Ink Clan army, moving in whichever direction had the most enemies. In an instant, Dawning Light cut a swath of destruction wherever it passed. The Black Ink Clansmen who were unable to dodge in time had all their bones shattered when they were hit by the large warship, while those who reacted quickly enough to dodge were still annihilated by the glowing lights coming from the offensive arrays. The other dozen or so warships were following closely behind Dawning Light, and a barrage of powerful attacks was fired from them in all directions. A deep gash soon appeared in the Black Ink Clan's line of defense. Once Dawning Light reached the other end of the enemy army, it quickly turned around and crashed back into it again. With Dawn taking point, the dozen other squad-level warships spread out like wings that proceeded into another deadly charge. After 3 or 4 such sweeps, the Black Ink Clan's troops on the defense line were all either killed or injured, completely collapsing, no longer able to maintain an effective formation. On the warship where the bearded man was, the beautiful vice squad leader muttered in awe, "Dawning Light is so powerful." The bearded man licked his lips and chuckled, "You have no idea, the arrays on the Dawning Light are all top of the line. The array cores are also the top of the top, whether it be the offensive or the defensive artifacts. Otherwise, how could they be this powerful? There even seems to be a universe array aboard Dawning Light as well as a stock of purifying light." The beautiful woman knitted her brow and grumbled, "Aren't the army commanders a bit too biased? What, was Dawn born from the real mother and we were raised by the stepmother?" The bearded man raised his hand and smacked her on the head, "Don't talk nonsense." The beautiful woman covered her head, aggrieved. The bearded man told her, "The army commanders are in charge of the 4 army regiments, and all the soldiers under their command are their lifeblood. They won't do something like play favorites. All the modifications on Dawning Light were commissioned for military merits." The beautiful woman was astonished. How many military merits would that cost? The bearded man was a little deflated. "I quietly asked the junior brother at the merit hall last time, and he told me that the military merits that Dawn Squad's leader obtained on the last battle was..." He casually named a figure before continuing. "After commissioning Dawning Light's construction, all those military merits were spent, and that was just his own. Senior sister Feng Ying's military merits were also basically exhausted as well." The beautiful woman looked even more shocked. They really are generous, spending so many of their military merits on Dawning Light. The bearded man grinned. "You have to admire their boldness, but Dawning Light has now become an extraordinary weapon. After this battle, they may not be able to earn back all the military merits that they spent, but 30 or 40% shouldn't be a problem. If they just fight a few more battles like this, then they would definitely be able to earn everything back and more." The beautiful woman pouted, "If we had as many military merits, then we could do the same. But we don't." The bearded man guffawed, "So, we should follow Dawning Light. They eat the meat, but for us to have a share of some of the soup is still very good." Then, the bearded man's face suddenly turned solemn. "The Black Ink Clan's line of defense has been broken, so we'll soon be facing their main force head-on. Remember, if you get corrupted by Black Ink's strength, head for Dawning Light. They have purifying light." The beautiful woman nodded heavily. "I understand." "Open the array," the bearded man shouted. Then he raised his hand, summoning his large wolf fang mace, a horrible-looking club that was covered in spikes. A gap was opened in the ship's shield and both the bearded man and his beautiful subordinate rushed out at once, charging straight for the Black Ink Clan. The wolf fang mace swung down hard and the few Black Ink Clansmen who were unable to dodge it were smashed into a mist of blood at once. The bearded man laughed heartily. "Ha! Black Ink Clan brats, come and have a taste of your grandfather's big rod." The beautiful woman glared at him in disgust. One after another black flowers bloomed from the tip of her sword as she stabbed towards the Black Ink Clansmen who were fleeing in front of her. As the sword flowers faded, the Black Ink Clansmen fell to pieces. The ship they were from followed closely behind them while the offensive arrays continued unleashing their power. Clearly, this squad had been together for a long time, allowing the two Seventh Order Masters and the ship to work in perfect harmony. This was not the only ship that was doing so. The rest of the dozen ships were also the same. Each one of the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters aboard them had personally come out to join the battle, fighting around their warships. This way of fighting was undoubtedly safer. Even if they were to encounter a strong enemy, they would still have the chance to return to their warships so that they could recover. However, the number of Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in each of these squads was not high. There were basically only 2 on each ship. On the other hand, Dawning Light, which was leading the pack, had 5 Seventh Order Masters rush out at once. Whether it was Yang Kai or Feng Ying, once they attacked, even feudal lords would find it hard to defend themselves. On the deck of Dawning Light, there was even a small figure standing at the bow while a small gap had been opened up in the barrier in front of her. The figure was holding a powerful bow with its string pulled taut, a golden light at her fingertips. With a whiz, a bolt of golden light flashed, and every time it did, a feudal lord would either be severely injured or would be felled directly. Bai Yi, who came from Divine Feather Paradise and cultivated the Sun Chaser Arrow Heart, had achieved the 8th level of mastery in the archery Dao, so every arrow released from her fingertips was all but unstoppable. With Dawning Light at the center, any feudal lord who caught her eye within a 100-kilometer radius would either take a severe hit from her or be taken out entirely. There was no third possibility. The power of such an archer on such a battlefield was simply too great. Moreover, she never focused on any Black Ink clansmen below the feudal lords, only those above them. Originally, the Black Ink clan had a huge advantage in this particular line of defense, pinning down a dozen human squads and forcing them back slowly. However, after Dawn's arrival, the tide was instantly turned. Not only did the humans gain the ability to fight back, they had successfully thrown the Black Ink clan soldiers into chaos. In the midst of the intense battle, a bloodied Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master suddenly rushed towards Dawning Light, a flash of unnatural black chi lingering about his pale face. This Seventh Order human had obviously been invaded by Black Ink strength. Bai Yi immediately pointed her arrow at him and the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master was instantly frozen in place, not daring to move. Fortunately, Bai Yi quickly realized the situation and stepped aside, shouting, "Get in quickly." The Seventh Order Master cupped his fist. Thanks are not enough for this kindness. In a flash, he dashed through the gap in the protective barrier and entered Dawning Light. At once, a member of Dawn came to lead him to a space array on the deck. As a light flashed, the Seventh Order Master's figure disappeared. A few moments later, the light reappeared, and the man re-emerged on the space array. Even though he was still looking a little tired, the Black Ink strength covering his face had disappeared. The bearded man was not the only one who knew that there was purifying light sealed aboard Dawning Light. Previously, while Dawning Light was undergoing repairs at the forward base, the Seventh Order squad leaders had basically all come over to see it, and all of them were in great admiration of its capabilities. However, this was a warship that Yang Kai and Feng Ying spent an enormous amount of military merits to modify so no one else could emulate it no matter how much they envied it. It was not that Inner Sanctum was unwilling to do this for others, only that the cost of such a customization was so high that Blue Sky Pass was unable to bear it for every squad, so they could only use military merits as a stopgap measure. What was more, the average squad's makeup was also lacking quite a bit when compared to Dawn, so they did not require this level of modification. To put it mildly, even if Dawning Light were given to another squad, it would be difficult for them to even operate it properly. Anyone who had visited Dawning Light naturally knew that there was purifying light sealed on it. Now, if anyone were to be corrupted by Black Ink strength on this battlefield, their best choice was to seek help from Dawning Light, otherwise, they would have to head back to the forward base using the universe transference law. The Seventh Order Master cupped his fist again in thanks before rushing out of Dawning Light, going back to slaughtering more enemies. On the battlefield, even the slightest mishap could trigger a chain reaction of changes. Here, Black Ink Clan's defensive line had collapsed with Dawn's entrance, and this collapse was now rapidly spreading throughout the battlefield. It had been less than an hour since Dawn entered the fray, but almost all of the Black Ink Clansmen on this defensive line had been annihilated. Those who were still alive were either fleeing or had fled long ago. Yang Kai did not stop there though, leading the 7th Order Masters and Dawning Light under him towards the nearest Black Ink Clan army. A dozen warships followed in their wake. With Dawning Light at the front, the dozen warships quickly plunged into the Black Ink Clan's army like a sharp blade. Immediately, another commotion broke out. In the void above the battlefield, powerful divine senses were confronting each other from a distance. The defeat of the Black Ink Clan army had angered several territory lords. Even though they were in confrontation with the 8th Order humans, they were still paying attention to the battle below. Undoubtedly, they were disappointed by the performance of their subordinates. One of the territory lords had his gaze fixed on Dawning Light. Murderous intent was surging, and he had a mind to completely ignore everything else, enter the battle, and blast that warship to pieces. He saw everything clearly. The Black Ink Clan had a slight advantage over the humans before, but after this warship appeared on the battlefield, the situation began to spiral out of control. This warship was definitely the humans' sharpest weapon. If he could slaughter its members, it would be a huge loss for the enemy. However, as soon as this thought surfaced in his mind, he was caught by the 8th Order Masters hiding in the void, and a warning rang out in his ears: "Why don't you try and see what happens?" At the sound of the voice, the territory lord could finally be sure which 8th Order Master it was that had his eyes on him and coldly snorted, "Cha-hu!" Martial Peak, Chapter 5021, Old Ginger is Spicier. The Blue Sky Theater corresponded to Men Xie Royal Lord's territory. After countless years of fighting, the masters of the two clans knew each other to some extent, so as soon as the territory lord heard that voice, he could ascertain that it was Cha-hu. Cha-hu answered with no trace of politeness, "What did you call your grandfather for?" The territory lord raged, "A trivial human dares act so arrogant?" Cha-hu snapped back, "A trivial Black Ink Clansman dares to shamelessly boast." The territory lord was fuming. "Sooner or later, I will slaughter all the humans of your Blue Sky Pass, rip your heart out, and make you beg for death." Cha-hu sneered, "What are you speaking all this nonsense for? Save it for after our fight." As soon as the words left his mouth, he suddenly turned into a stream of light and rushed towards a space in the void, slamming a fist down with such force that it caused space to tremble. A black shadow emerged, hurriedly retreating. However, he was still struck by the fist and let out a grunt. The territory lord was shocked, not expecting Cha-hu to actually make a move here. In fact, in such battles, masters like them would basically only act as a deterrent. Rarely would they fight in person because everyone knew that there was nothing they could actually do to each other in battle. In the same order, the humans were generally slightly stronger when compared to the Black Ink Clan, but this difference became less and less pronounced the higher one's cultivation was. When one reached the 8th Order Open Heaven realm or became a territory lord, that difference became quite limited, and when it came to royal lords and 9th Order Old Ancestors, they were basically evenly matched. Moreover, the territory lords outnumbered the 8th Order Masters by 1 in this battle, and this advantage in high-level combat power was enough to deter the 8th Order humans from doing anything rash. Only when the Black Ink Clan army attacked Blue Sky Pass would the 8th Order humans and the territory lords have a chance to face each other directly. So, there was no way that this territory lord could have ever expected Cha-hu to actually make a move. Not only him, but violent energy fluctuations also suddenly erupted at 2 other spots in the void. It was apparent that Luan and Xie Xiaoping had also joined in, forcing out the territory lords in hiding. "You dare!" The territory lord was furious after eating a small loss from Cha-hu's sudden attack. Before he could finish speaking though, his words were cut short by Cha-hu, who broke out in laughter. "You're still waiting for Zhu Feng? I forgot to tell you, but Zhu Feng is dead. I'm afraid he won't be coming today." "What? The territory lord was shocked at his words, but he immediately refuted lies. He was instinctively unwilling to believe Cha Hu's words. After all, Zhu Feng was a territory lord just like himself, so how could he possibly die just like that? After all, he had seen Zhu Feng just a month ago. He thought that Cha Hu was just trying to shake him with an alarming bluff, but in the next instant, his expression changed as he turned his head to glance at that particular human warship. He had paid attention to the performance of this human warship all this while, and it was because of its appearance that the Black Ink clan's defense line collapsed, so this territory lord was nursing a great hatred for Dawning Light. It wasn't the special warship itself that had his attention at this moment though, but rather the small figure that was standing at the front of its deck, holding a drawn bow. As soon as each golden light flew out, a Black Ink clansman was bound to suffer. This territory lord focused his eyesight to the fullest in order to see through the heavy clutter of obstructions and was shocked when he finally had a clear look of the small figure's face. That human woman! Isn't she Zhu Feng's prized Black Ink disciple? Even though he had only seen the young human woman a few times in the past, this territory lord remembered her well. It was because this human woman was extremely strong and was also highly valued by Zhu Feng. But how could she appear on the human's side and even kill off their Black Ink clansmen? For a moment, the territory lord's thoughts were in disarray. He could not figure out how the Black Ink disciple Bai Yi had returned to the embrace of the human race. However, since she was here, where had Zhu Feng gone? Could he truly be dead? In fact, he had not been able to feel Zhu Feng's aura all this while. He thought that Zhu Feng was hiding somewhere, waiting for an opportunity to strike, but he did not see him anywhere even until this moment, so he truly could have met a disastrous fate. This made him feel a little unsettled. While he was distracted, Cha Hu landed a punch on his shoulder, causing his huge body to stumble, drawing a guttural roar from his lips. Before he could steady himself, however, a murderous intent locked in on him, causing the territory lord to freeze up. He turned around in a hurry and was shocked to find that a human had suddenly appeared behind him with 2 fingers raised, cutting down at him like a sword. The sword wave at the tip of his fingers swept over in a flash. The territory lord's body shook wildly, then a huge wound appeared at his shoulder blade, so deep that the organs could vaguely be seen writhing beneath. As ink-black blood and Black Ink strength spewed out of the wound, he howled, "Su Bo Liang." He was truly both shocked and enraged. He was shocked that Su Bo Liang would actually appear here, and enraged because he had been caught unaware by him. A sneak attack from an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was not to be underestimated. The territory lord suffered a serious wound, and sword chi was still lingering around it, preventing it from healing. At the same time, the silk-like sword chi was burrowing into his body and causing damage everywhere. He was forced to circulate his energy to suppress the sword chi wreaking havoc inside, instantly reducing the strength he could put out by 20%. What puzzled him the most was how Su Bo Liang could have appeared on this battlefield. According to the information that the Black Ink clan received, Su Bo Liang had been standing guard in the humans' forward base this whole time and did not leave. That was also the reason why there was one more territory lord than 8th Order human on this battlefront. There were originally 4 Black Ink clan territory lords in this resource harvesting area and 4 8th Order humans, an equal number to each other. However, the humans always kept one 8th Order master at their forward base in case the Black Ink clan's army were to attack. If anything were to happen to the forward base, then it would definitely be a huge loss for the humans. For that reason, in terms of top masters, the Black Ink clan held an advantage. Even if Zhu Feng died, it would still be 3 against 3, so the territory lords had nothing to fear. So, this territory lord never anticipated that Su Bo Liang would suddenly appear in this place like a ghost and even launch a sneak attack on him. It was because he had not conceived of this possibility that he was inadvertently hit. Weren't the humans afraid that their forward base would be wiped out by the Black Ink clan? However, Su Bo Liang left as soon as he finished his attack without any intention of pursuing him. He just nodded lightly at Cha Hu before forming a set of hand seals. Soon, a light appeared below Su Bo-liang's feet, and by the time the glow faded, he was already gone. Naturally, it was the universe transference law that he just performed, allowing him to return to the forward base through the universe array of the purifying black ink battleship that was moored there. The reason he did not stay behind to fight alongside Cha Hu was that he was worried something might suddenly happen at the forward base, so he had no choice but to maintain his strength and stand guard there. The sneak attack that heavily injured the territory lord should be enough to set the course for the battle. There was no need to ask for more. Even though they could have killed this territory lord if Su Bo-liang stayed behind and joined forces with Cha Hu, nobody could guarantee that the territory lord would not bring one of them down with him in a desperate attempt to fight back. Nearby Dawning Light, Yang Kai held his Azure Dragon Spear and looked in astonishment at the sudden change. How did Division Commander Su come out from Dawning Light? The territory lord had no idea why Su Bo-liang would suddenly appear on this battlefield, but Yang Kai had seen everything clearly. Just now, Su Bo-liang had actually walked out from Dawning Light. Auras flared along with great explosions across the chaotic battlefield, so basically nobody had noticed an extra 8th Order Master mixed in among the humans until it was too late. Feng Ying slashed her sword down in front of her and took a breathing spell in between. Some days ago, Division Commander Su left his imprint on Dawning Light's universe array. Yang Kai was surprised at first before grinning. Old ginger is indeed spicier than young ginger. Su Bo-liang had already left his imprint in Dawning Light's universe array, so he could naturally use it to reach the battlefield in an instant, make a sneak attack on the territory lord, and then return to the forward base through the universe array there. His sneak attack could truly be called a masterstroke. Perhaps even the people at the forward base had no idea that Su Bo-liang had crossed a distance of 1 billion kilometers in such a short amount of time and came over here so he could inflict a serious injury on a territory lord. To think the universe array could be used like this, Yang Kai felt his horizons broadening. After composing himself, he looked at the many black ink clansmen in front of him. Then, Yang Kai thrust his spear forward and attacked. On the high-level battlefield, Lu En and Xie Xiaoping were each facing a territory lord of their own. The difference in strength between them was not obvious though, so they were basically evenly matched in this situation. Neither side could take the other down. However, Cha Hu was now facing an enemy whose strength had plummeted, allowing him to gain a significant advantage. Under Cha Hu's flurry of attacks, this territory lord could only defend himself without being able to hit back. The two of them were originally similar in strength, but after incurring a heavy hit from Su Bo-liang, this territory lord was forced to divert some of his strength in order to suppress his injuries, so how could he be a match for Cha Hu? All sorts of secret techniques poured out, but he remained in a poor situation. Things would only get worse if the fight continued. If Su Bo-liang were to show up again, then he might truly lose his life here. After realizing he was no match for this human, this territory lord immediately had a mind to escape. Cha Hu could naturally tell what he was thinking and attacked him even more fiercely, as if he wanted to eradicate his existence here and now. The territory lord hissed furiously, "Cha Hu, if you want to die, then I can fulfill your wish for you." Cha Hu sneered, "Do you even have that ability?" His tone was mocking, but the look on his face was one of extreme caution. The final desperate resistance of a territory lord was not something that he dared to underestimate. This was also the reason why Su Bo-liang did not stay behind to fight with him. Even if they were fighting 2 against 1, they might still have to pay a painful price. It was a price that the human race could not afford to pay. Any 8th Order Master was considered an extremely valuable asset for the humans, and the fall of even one was an unbearable wound. So, when he received news that Zhu Feng had been killed by Yang Kai and a former Black Ink disciple called Bai Yi, Cha Hu could hardly believe it. However, after learning the details, Cha Hu realized that Yang Kai and Bai Yi were only able to kill Zhu Feng because they were both abnormally strong and extremely lucky. Part of it also had to do with Zhu Feng underestimating them. Of course, Zhu Feng being in a miserable state from his severe injuries was also one of the reasons. So, even though he held an absolute advantage, Chahu did not dare to push his enemy too hard. Every now and then, he would give the territory lord a ray of hope, an illusion to make him think he could continue to fight. Martial Peak, Chapter 5022, Allow me to assist. For Chahu, even if he could not kill this territory lord, he would still have to force him to retreat to his black ink nest to recuperate for 100 years at least. Time passed as the battle raged on. The Black Ink clan army had been routed. The Black Ink clansmen gathering in this area originally numbered some 20,000 strong, but now, their numbers had been reduced to less than half of that. Even though most of the ones who died were the low-rank and high-rank Black Ink clansmen, and the number of casualties among the feudal lords was not that large, the humans' victory was already inevitable. What was even more unbearable to the Black Ink clan was the fact that they had paid such a terrible price for such lackluster results. Not only did they fail to convert any new Black Ink disciples, but they also failed to kill many of the human cultivators. The warships were far too useful a tool on such a battlefield. All of the 5th Order and 6th Order humans were hiding under the protection of their warships, and the only ones who showed up to fight were the 7th Order masters. Without destroying those warships, it was simply impossible for them to kill any of the humans. However, the warships were too well protected. How could it be easy to destroy them? After less than half a day of fighting, the Black Ink clan had destroyed more than 30 human warships, but with the help of nearby squads, the ones who lost their warships were still able to continue fighting. Less than 100 humans had fallen in total, and they had failed to kill even a single 7th Order human. This was also the reason why the Black Ink clan hated and coveted human warships so much. If not for the warships, then the great passes of the humans would have long been conquered by the Black Ink clan. How else could they have put up a fight with the Black Ink clan for all these millennia? It wasn't that the Black Ink clan did not wish to refine their own warships. If the Black Ink clan had their own warships, then the low-rank and high-rank Black Ink clansmen would be able to exert far more strength than they could currently. The Black Ink clan had been working tirelessly towards this goal for countless years. However, the humans had always been extremely prudent on matters concerning the refinement of warships. All of the artifact refiners who were involved in the creation of warships were never allowed on the battlefield, and they were also carefully protected at all times. So, the Black Ink clan was strong in will but weak in strength even if they did wish to convert a few artifact refining grandmasters into Black Ink disciples. To this day, the Black Ink clan still did not possess warships of their own. They were able to refine some ordinary flight-type artifacts, but those were only useful for transportation and not for battle. The Black Ink clan's army was defeated, and the 3 territory lords were not in very good positions either. Naturally, there was no need to mention Chahu's opponent, who could barely hold out against the former's assault. Xie Xiaoping and Lu An's opponents were able to go back and forth with them, but they were still powerless to turn the situation in their favor and had no choice but to watch as their army was destroyed. With Chahu leading him on, whether intentionally or not, several large wounds were added to the Black Ink clan territory lord's body, each one of them deep enough that it exposed bone. Black Ink blood was flowing out of those wounds, and his aura was no longer at its peak. Seeing that it was only a matter of time until his army was wiped out, this territory lord had no desire to remain any longer. He struck out a fierce blow while forcibly enduring an attack from Chahu, forcing him back and giving himself an opening to escape. However, at that moment, a hostile aura suddenly locked onto him and a blazing light shot towards him like lightning from a certain spot in the void. The territory lord could not help but feel his skin tightening, and as he turned his head in horror, his eyes caught sight of an attack resembling a pair of wings rapidly expanding in front of him. On Dawning Light's deck, Bai Yi's eyes shone with a strange light as the territory lord's figure was reflected in them. She slowly lowered her bow and panted heavily, her face looking as pale as a sheet of paper. Clearly, she was the one responsible for the sudden attack. Although she had not left the warship like Yang Kai and the other 7th Order masters and simply stood at Dawning Light's bow, supporting them with her skillful archery, there were still at least a dozen feudal lords who had died by her hands after half a day of battle. And with the support of her arrows, Yang Kai and the others were able to slaughter their own opponents without fear. Bai Yi might have been one person, but her inclusion still increased Dawn's overall strength by more than 10%. Prolonged use of archery techniques was a huge drain on Bai Yi's strength, especially her last attack, which was clearly an extremely powerful secret technique that was far more exhausting than her previous strikes. Even Su Bo Liang was caught unprepared by this attack and was wounded by it, so there was simply no way that the heavily wounded territory lord would be able to resist when he was taken off guard. The unfurled wings sank into the territory lord's chest in an instant. He howled, his voice containing unconcealable fury as his already weak aura dropped by another 20%. It was at this moment that he finally understood why Zhu Feng valued this human black ink disciple so much. Indeed, this woman had abilities that were unlike others and were thus worth looking at in a different light. Even though he could want nothing more than to slaughter this woman who ambushed him right here and now to vent his anger, the territory lord knew that escaping from was more important. So, after he had been hit, he did not slow down and rather sped up as he rapidly fled towards the rear. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him, blocking his path. From his perception, the territory lord discovered that the human blocking his path was only in the 7th order. He was furious. After being heavily injured by Su Bo Liang's sneak attack, he was unable to defeat Cha Hu, then he was ambushed by that human girl from afar using her archery skills. He could do nothing about all of the previous setbacks, but now, another 7th order human came to block his way. Truly, did anyone and everyone have the guts to come and provoke him now? The territory lord spread out his palm and rich black ink strength gathered into a huge ink-black hand seal in an instant, which he brought down fiercely at the arrogant man. As he spoke, his expression changed slightly. Has something happened over there? Yang Kai was surprised and asked, haven't you received any information from their army commander? Zhong Liang replied, of course I have. Last I heard you all successfully occupied that place. Yang Kai nodded, indeed. They're extracting resources over there right now. Zhong Liang let out a sigh of relief. You scared me. I thought something had happened. Since you've occupied the area, aren't you supposed to be mining it? Why did you come back? Yang Kai replied, I can't explain it clearly now. Please accompany me out of the inner sanctum, Army Commander. If this matter is successful, it will be of great benefit to us all. Zhong Liang arched his brow. What do you mean? Yang Kai shook his head. It won't be useful to talk about it if it fails. However, if it succeeds, you'll be able to observe it in person. How do you even have the nerve to act mysterious in front of me? Zhong Liang snorted and rose from the chair. Fine, fine. I'll go with you. If it had been someone else speaking, Zhong Liang would have made him explain everything first. As an army commander, he was swamped with work, so he didn't have any time to waste. However, considering the shocking achievements Yang Kai had made over the years, and the fact that the death of 2 territory lords at the 4th forward base had something to do with him, he decided to be a bit more patient. Soon, they left Blue Sky Pass and arrived at the void on the outside. Zhong Liang looked around and frowned. What do you want me to see? You can show me now. Please give me a moment, Army Commander, Yang Kai replied, then started setting up the voidine mirrors. They could just send all the universe worlds back to Blue Sky Pass and let the people from the inner sanctum mine them freely. Just like Xianxia had said, the efficiency and safety would be significantly improved by doing so. Even though this treasure couldn't be used to deal with enemies directly, it would contribute greatly to the humans on the Black Ink battlefield. Zhongliang directly landed a slap on the back of Xianxia's head as he snapped, "Why didn't you take these things out sooner?" A helpless Xianxia replied, "The idea didn't come to me until just now." Up until now, he had been locked in a number of intense battles with the Black Ink clan, so he hadn't had time to think about it. It wasn't until he arrived at the resource harvesting area that he recalled this treasure. Ding Yao remarked, "Even though this treasure is wonderful, there's a big potential issue with them." Zhongliang turned to look at him. "What do you mean?" Ding Yao stared hard at Xianxia. "Are you the only one who can activate these void yin-yang mirrors? Or can anyone who is strong enough use them?" If it was the former, the treasure would still be useful, but only in a limited sense. If it was the latter, it would be wonderful news for all the humans on the Black Ink battlefield. Xianxia replied hesitantly, "I'm the only one who has used these since they were first created. Although I believe that others can use them as well, we would need to experiment with them." Ding Yao immediately turned to gaze to Shen-Tu-Mo. "The purifying Black Ink battleship at the 4th Forward Base belongs to the Northern Army, right?" Shen-Tu-Mo nodded, "Yes. I'll head over there with Yang Boy and give it a try now." Ding Yao nodded, "Many thanks, Brother Shen-Tuesday." Shen-Tu-Mo waved his hand, "It is the least I can do. It's not like it's difficult to go there." He then turned to Xianxia, "Brat, get back there and set things up. I'll come over as soon as everything's ready." Upon hearing that, Xianxia cupped his fist, "I'll be waiting for you, Senior Shen-Tuesday." Having said so, Xianxia stored the 8 void yang mirrors and activated the universe transference law, soon disappearing from the spot. After he was gone, Shen-Tu-Mo also activated the universe transference law and headed to the purifying Black Ink battleship at the 4th Forward Base. Zhongliang took a glance at the universe world and tooted, "That brat sure has a lot of weird tricks up his sleeve." Certainly, 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like them could also move such a universe world back from a faraway place, but they would have to spend a lot of time and effort to do so. On the other hand, Xianxia had managed to easily achieve it with that strange treasure of his. Ding Yao nodded, "Isn't it wonderful that he has a lot of tricks up his sleeve? It's good news for the humans that he has many different skills. Since his arrival at Blue Sky Pass, the status quo has changed for the better for us humans. In the past, purifying light, purifying Black Ink battleships, and universe arrays were unimaginable to the humans in the Great Passes as they didn't have access to them. However, Xianxia managed to bring all those things on his own. If the void yin-yang mirrors could be popularized as well, the contribution would be far greater than killing 1 or 2 territory lords. In the meantime, Xianxia stepped out of the cabin of Dawning Light and headed straight to the location where the void yin mirrors were placed. He soon found Feng Ying. Presently, Feng Ying was dazedly staring ahead and scanning the surroundings with her divine sense, as though she was trying to find something that should have been there. Upon seeing Xianxia, she quickly said, "Junior brother, the universe world disappeared." Martial Peak, Chapter 5026, It's Usable. Feng Ying soon understood what was going on. "You just sent the universe world back to Blue Sky Pass. In that case, the soldiers from the inner sanctum only have to extract resources at our doorstep instead of traveling to faraway places. We also no longer have to worry about the Black Ink clan launching sneak attacks on us." "That's right." Xianxia nodded. "Did you achieve it by using those 8 artifacts?" Xianxia nodded. "The army commanders from the inner sanctum have become aware of it as well. Senior Shen-Tu will come over and give it a try soon, so I have to get prepared. Please stand guard for me, senior sister." Feng Ying nodded. "I'll go with you." Soon, they targeted another universe world. It took Yang Kai some time to place the 8 Void Yang mirrors in 8 spots around the universe world. Shen 2mo, despite being an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, still hadn't arrived yet. Certainly, he could make use of the universe array to instantly move from Blue Sky Pass to the purifying black ink battleship in the 4th forward base. However, it would take him some time to come to this location. He should be on his way now. Meanwhile, Feng Ying was extremely curious about the Void Yin Yang mirrors. Faced with her questions, Yang Kai replied to her. One day later, Yang Kai, who was taking a rest, suddenly opened his eyes. He could see a ray of light rapidly approaching from the direction of the forward base. Upon its arrival, Shen 2mo's burly figure was revealed. Yang Kai cupped his fist, Senior Shen Tuesday. After a nod, Shen 2mo glanced at the universe world beside them and asked, "Have you gotten everything ready?" "Yes." "What do you need this old master to do?" Yang Kai replied, "Senior Shen 2, I need you to memorize the exact distribution of the Void Yang mirrors and the distances between them. When you return to Blue Sky Pass, you have to accurately set up the Void Yin mirrors in the same way. Only then would the preparations be considered complete. When you activate them, the Yin mirrors and Yang mirrors will resonate with each other and exchange places, transferring the universe world back to Blue Sky Pass." Shen 2mo nodded, "Good." Harsh conditions had to be met as the distribution of all 8 artifacts and the distances between them had to be perfectly accurate. Nevertheless, this wasn't difficult for an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Shen 2mo. It only took him an hour to take a stroll around the 8 artifacts and memorize everything perfectly. When he returned to Yang Kai's side, he nodded at him to show that he was ready. Yang Kai gazed at Feng Ying. "You can head back first, Senior Sister. I'll be returning to the Inner Sanctum again with Senior Shen Tuesday. If everything goes well, I probably won't be back anytime soon. You'll have to take charge of affairs here." Feng Ying replied, "Don't worry about it, Junior brother. I'll take care of Dawn." It was then Yang Kai turned to Shen 2mo, "Senior Shen 2, whenever you're ready." Without saying anything, Shen 2mo directly activated the universe transference law. Soon, a grand array lit up beneath his feet and engulfed him. When his figure vanished, Yang Kai also activated the universe transference law and returned to Blue Sky Pass. Zhong Liang and the others were still waiting outside the Inner Sanctum. Even though it had taken Shen 2mo more than a day to go back and forth between the places, they wouldn't have minded waiting for an entire month as this matter was that important. If this worked, it would be extremely beneficial to all the humans on the black ink battlefield. The waiting time was inconsequential. "They're back." Ding Yao suddenly turned to look in Blue Sky Pass's direction. Everyone turned their heads and indeed saw 2 figures flying out of the Inner Sanctum. They were none other than Shen 2mo and Yang Kai. As the 8th Order Masters watched the 2 of them rapidly approaching, they couldn't help but still be awestruck by the convenience of the universe arrays. It only took them slightly more than a day to go back and forth between Blue Sky Pass and the 4th forward base. Such a feat was inconceivable in the past. However, with the help of universe arrays now, they could move between distant places quickly. Such convenience was extremely useful when dealing with the enemies. The moment Shen 2mo stood by their side, Ding Yao hurriedly asked, "How is it?" Shen 2mo replied, "I still have to set things up. We'll soon find out whether it's usable or not." Yang Kai was just standing behind Shen 2mo as he took a glance at the universe world he had moved to this place. At this moment, it was bustling with noise over there as many figures were flying around the universe world. It was obvious that they were extracting resources. After barely one day, the universe world seemed to have shrunk significantly. At this rate, it would only take 2 or 3 months before the universe world was completely mined out. This was the result despite the fact that not a lot of people had been told to come over and extract resources. If Blue Sky Pass had sent more people over, the time needed would have been shortened further. A shocked Yang Kai asked, "They've already started?" Zhong Liang grinned. "On the black ink battlefield, the resources will only be ours after they're extracted." "All right, enough nonsense. bring Shen 2mo to make the arrangement. We're still waiting for the result. Yes, Yang Kai promptly replied. They then moved to another place and found an open space. Following Yang Kai's instructions, Shen 2mo soon set up all 8 void-in mirrors. It was time to verify the feasibility of their plan. Yang Kai told Shen 2mo the method to activate the mirrors and then step back. Before everyone's eyes, Shen 2mo rapidly performed different hand seals and then infused his own power into the 8 artifacts. A faint light was seen flickering on these artifacts, and a buzzing sound rang out. The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters didn't even blink. As time passed, the light around the artifacts became brighter and the humming became louder. The void around these 8 artifacts started contorting and a gigantic figure was faintly seen appearing where originally there was nothing. Zhong Liang arched his brow and nodded. It's working. He had seen the same sight when Yang Kai activated the void yin-yang mirrors some time ago. Whatever Shen 2mo was doing seemed to be working. If nothing unexpected happened, the universe world near the 4th forward base would be moved to this place soon. However, things didn't go so smoothly. Although he could confirm that the location where there were fluctuations of space principles was a portal to a sealed world, it was just one sealed world. He initially intended to lead the members of Dawn to explore it and just bring out the good stuff. However, he had never expected that Chahu would bring 7 or 8 more squads with him, and Chahu himself would take charge of this mission. Even if they were wary of the Black Ink clan, it wasn't necessary to bring so many people with them. Moreover, no Black Ink clansmen would move around this area now as all the universe worlds had been sent to the periphery of Blue Sky Pass. Since there were no benefits to be gained around here, why would any Black Ink clansman come over just to get killed? Without directly answering his question, Chahu asked, "How much do you know about the sealed worlds on the Black Ink battlefield?" Yang Kai shook his head. "I know little about them. I'm only aware that there might be profound spirit fruits and other rare spirit herbs in some of the sealed worlds. Cultivation resources could be extracted from the dead universe worlds on the Black Ink battlefield. However, spirit herbs needed for alchemy had to be sent from the 3,000 worlds or found in those sealed worlds. Therefore, in comparison, spirit pills were even rarer than normal cultivation resources on the Black Ink battlefield. That was because there were only a limited number of methods that they could get the ingredients needed for refining them." Yang Kai knew little about the sealed worlds on the Black Ink battlefield. When he passed through the Void Corridor in Black Territory and arrived at the Black Ink battlefield, he directly appeared in a sealed world, but that was his only experience in this matter. However, he had to keep himself safe at that time, so he didn't have time to explore it. Chahu nodded. "There's one thing that's special about the sealed worlds on the Black Ink battlefield. It's that they are clustered." Yang Kai arched his brow. "They're clustered? Have you ever picked mushrooms before?" A puzzled Yang Kai shook his head, not knowing why this would be mentioned all of a sudden. Chahu grinned. "When I was young, I would always go to the back hills of Crepe Myrtle Heaven during the rainy season. That was when the mushrooms would sprout. My senior sister and I would bring our baskets and pick them up. Since I was younger, I'd be responsible for looking for mushrooms while my senior sister would pick them. Whenever I found a mushroom, my senior sister would always find even more mushrooms in a nearby place. At that time, I thought that she was amazing because she could always find more mushrooms than I did." There was a longing and gentle expression on this division commander's face, so Yang Kai reckoned that the senior sister must be a demure woman. He spurted out, "Where's your senior sister now?" If an open heaven realm master, whose limit was the 8th order, could consume a high-rank world fruit, they would become an old ancestor, a powerhouse that could tilt the entire direction of the war against the Black Ink clans. Even a powerful master like Cha, who felt his emotions undulating. However, he soon pulled himself together and ordered the 2 squads to begin harvesting the herbs in the medicine garden. They were ordered not to touch the ones they couldn't recognize, as he would find a way to deal with them later. On the other hand, he led Yang Kai to approach the World Tree's clone. A moment later, he said, "I remember that when you arrived at Blue Sky Pass for the first time, you said that you had seen the World Tree in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary and even obtained some world fruits." Yang Kai had indeed told the 8th Order Masters about his past experiences, so this wasn't really a secret among the army and division commanders in the Inner Sanctum. Indeed, Yang Kai nodded. "Back then, I directly ascended to the 5th Order, then made it to the 6th Order after consuming a mid-rank world fruit." Cha Hu asked, "Since you think this is a world tree, could the fruits on the tree be world fruits as well?" Yang Kai nodded again. "There's no doubt about it. However, this is not the mother tree, it's just a clone. Although the fruits on this tree are indeed world fruits, they're different from the ones I've acquired." "How are they different?" Yang Kai shook his head. "I can't really tell, but I do have some low-rank world fruits with me. Please take a look, sir." Upon finishing his words, Yang Kai fished out a low-rank world fruit and passed it to Cha Hu. When he was in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary back then, he acquired 3 mid-rank and 13 low-rank world fruits. He passed Lu Shui and Yu He a mid-rank world fruit each, and he consumed the remaining one. It could be said that they had been put to good use. On the other hand, he had given Guizi Yen a low-rank world fruit so that the latter could ascend from the 2nd Order to the 3rd Order Open Heaven realm directly. He didn't give out any of the other low-rank world fruits as they were not really valuable. That said, Yang Kai had consumed some low-rank world fruits while fighting his enemies before. Although they were useless for raising his order, they could replenish a large amount of a cultivator's world force in short order with no side effects. They were vastly superior to any kind of restorative spirit pill in that regard. Yang Kai still had some low-rank world fruits on him. After taking the low-rank world fruit, Cha Hu examined it and looked up at the fruits on the tree. Then he furrowed his brows. The ones on the tree were indeed different, as they were much smaller than the world fruit passed to him by Yang Kai. "So, do you think the fruits on this tree have the amazing effects that we've heard from the rumors?" Cha Hu suddenly asked. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai shook his head. "I wouldn't dare to make a speculation. After all, I haven't consumed one before. Regardless, this is a clone, so the fruits are definitely not comparable to the ones hanging on the mother tree." Cha Hu nodded gently and passed the low-rank world fruit back to Yang Kai. "Regardless, the fruits must be extremely valuable. We should pick them first and then let the people back in the inner sanctum study them." He then turned to Yang Kai and asked, "Is there anything I have to take note of when picking these fruits?" After pondering on it for a moment, Yang Kai replied, "Back then, every time I picked a world fruit in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, I had to go through a kind of reincarnation. In essence, each fruit contained an entire world with its own principles. However, that was the case for the mother tree. I'm not sure if it's the same for this clone." Cha Hu chuckled. "Interesting. Well, we'll know once we try." "Yes," Yang Kai replied. They then started picking the fruits. Yang Kai was initially wary that he would have to go through a reincarnation again, just like what happened in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. However, when he picked the world fruit nearest to him, he only fell into a dazed state while a mysterious world force clashed with his soul in an attempt to pull him in. He only resisted for a bit and became safe. He didn't really fall into that world. It seemed that the fruits on the clone tree had also inherited the characteristics of the fruits on the mother tree, but they were not nearly as profound or abstruse as the ones on the latter. Perhaps it also had something to do with the fact that Yang Kai had become stronger as well. In the past, he was only an Emperor Realm Master who had just condensed his Dao Seal when he was in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Now, he was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. When he turned to look at Cha Hu, he realized that the latter wasn't affected at all. The fruits just instantly disappeared from the tree wherever the older man went. Yang Kai quickly pulled himself together and continued picking the fruits. There were more than 1,000 fruits on the tree, but they were soon fully picked. Yang Kai didn't intend to keep any of them and just passed all the fruits he had picked to Cha Hu. Although he eventually managed to kill Zuoquan Hui, a lot of the latter's power was deposited in his small universe following the clash between their small universes. It took Yang Kai some effort to get rid of these impurities, but his foundation wasn't affected one bit. He didn't have the world spring at that time either, so now that he did, he wasn't worried about anything. Cha Hu was still hesitant, but Yang Kai struck while the iron was hot by saying, "Sir, even black ink strength can't invade my small universe, so why would I be afraid of this sealed world's power? It could be said that I'm the most suitable person to collect this treasure." Cha Hu was somewhat convinced after hearing that. However, it will take you quite some time to get rid of all the impurities. Your efforts will go to waste if there are no benefits to be gained. Yang Kai replied with a smile, "It will only take some time to give it a try. Even if there are no benefits, I'll have a world tree clone in my small universe that might bear the world fruits in the future. Moreover, it's a clone of the world tree, there's no way there wouldn't be any benefits." Cha Hu fell silent for a moment before nodding. "All right, you can give it a try. This king will stand guard for you. If there's any anomalies though, you must immediately give it up." "Many thanks, sir." Yang Kai cupped his fist. Since it was decided that Yang Kai would put this sealed world inside his small universe, there was no longer a need for any exploration. Cha Hu ordered everyone else to leave. Soon Yang Kai and Cha Hu were the only ones left in the sealed world. Yang Kai took a deep breath before activating his power to spread out his small universe. The next instant, his small universe proliferated at the speed of lightning and engulfed everything. Cha Hu was hovering in the void and looking around intently. Upon seeing the young man's small universe though, he couldn't help but arch his brow. Supposedly, Yang Kai was a newly promoted 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so his foundation shouldn't be very stable. However, Cha Hu could see that instead of being unsteady, the heritage of Yang Kai's small universe was rich and ample. As the small universe spread further, he could also see the living creatures within it. There was also a small spring that provided a steady yet refreshing aura to the entire small universe. When he was shrouded in Yang Kai's small universe, Cha Hu fell into a dazed state for a moment, and for an instant he felt that his perception of time had been warped. Time principles? He raised his brow. Everyone knew that Yang Kai was an expert in the Tao of space, but no one was aware that he was also skillful in the Tao of time. Cha Hu was astounded, wondering how this brat managed to master both the Tao of space and the Tao of time at the same time. It had to be noted that it was extremely difficult to learn the basics of either of these grand Taos, let alone master them. It would be immensely lucky for anyone to be proficient in one of the two esoteric grand Taos, so it was inconceivable that someone was actually accomplished in both. While Cha Hu's emotions undulated, Yang Kai's small universe had already engulfed the entire sealed world. Seeing that the younger man didn't feel any discomfort, Cha Hu set his mind at ease. All of a sudden, Yang Kai turned to him and said, "Please move away from here, sir." After a nod, Cha Hu turned into a ray of light and dashed towards the exit portal. When Yang Kai was spreading out his small universe, there wasn't a problem with Cha Hu being there. However, now that Yang Kai was about to retrieve his small universe, he had to leave. After all, Cha Hu was an order above Yang Kai, so the capacity of the latter's small universe wasn't large enough to accommodate him. As time passed, more and more universe fragments were disposed of and Yang Kai's aura became increasingly more stable while he no longer appeared pale. It was apparent that things were going well. This situation lasted for 6 years. During this period of time, the members of Dawn had always stayed by Yang Kai's side. Over the last 6 years, he had discarded countless universe fragments. When the last universe fragment was gotten rid of one day, there were no longer any impurities inside his small universe. The world tree, which was originally fixed to the sealed world, had been extracted and simply needed to be planted in his small universe. The instant the gigantic tree landed, Yang Kai's entire small universe trembled. Even the world spring didn't seem able to curb the anomaly. At that moment, Yang Kai was overwhelmed by a sense of dizziness as he almost couldn't keep himself upright. An invisible force exuded from the world tree's clone. With the world tree as the center, countless invisible threads spread out in all directions. Those indiscernible threads penetrated every corner of Yang Kai's small universe, and within moments, the world tree merged with the small universe and the two became inseparable. Now, every cave heaven and paradise had 1 to 2 such geniuses in Yang Kai's homeland within the same time frame. That was truly inconceivable. It would suggest that several thousand years later, there would be an additional 100 to 200 old ancestors. When these powerful cultivators arrived on the Black Ink battlefield, they would send a shockwave across the Black Ink clan. These army commanders were stunned as they could envision the bright future ahead of them. When the time came, with so many powerful human cultivators around, they might be able to destroy the Black Ink clan once and for all. Yang Kai went on to say, "The population in my small universe is not comparable to my homeworld, so there wouldn't be a lot of geniuses being born right away. With that said, there would still be quite a number of them. I plan to let them ascend to the Emperor realm in my small universe first, then they can continue cultivating in the inner sanctum until they make it to the open heaven realm." Zhong Liang and the others finally came to their senses and Ding Yao promptly said, "By then, you have to look for a young person with an outstanding aptitude for me. This king will personally teach them." Yang Kai replied with a smile, "That person will be extremely lucky to have Commander Yao's personal guidance." Zhong Liang coughed, "I'll reserve one as well." Liang Yulong and Shen Tumo exchanged glances, and then expressed that Yang Kai must not be biased. They would have to take on their own disciples as well. Certainly, Yang Kai wouldn't object to it. All of a sudden, Zhong Liang said in a solemn voice, "Yang Kai, since this is a matter of those living inside your small universe, you have to address the issue of the small population. Since the world tree's nourishment can enhance the human's aptitude, it's certainly better to have more humans inside your small universe so that there will be even more talents." Shen Tumo nodded repeatedly, "That's right." Yang Kai was torn between tears and laughter. How am I supposed to resolve the issue of a lack of population? Martial Peak, Chapter 5038, Purifying Black Ink Pills. Zhu Guming was never a patient man, so after waiting for a bit, he hurriedly asked, Yang Kai, what spirit pill were you trying to make? Yang Kai replied respectfully, Grandmaster Zhu Ge, the spirit pill I was trying to refine is called the purifying black ink pill. What? Zhou Feng raised his voice. Purifying black ink pill, Yang Kai enunciated every word. Zhu Guoming and Zhou Feng exchanged glances. Most of the time, the uses of spirit pills would be obvious from their names, and the name of this spirit pill was quite thought-provoking indeed. Zhu Guoming frowned. Could the use of this purifying black ink pill be? Yang Kai nodded. Grandmaster Zhu Ge, it is as you think. Purifying black ink pills are used to purify black ink strength that has invaded humans. Upon hearing that, Zhu Guoming and Zhou Feng gasped at the same time. Tang Kun, who was standing beside them, widened his mouth and sported a look of disbelief. Yang Kai explained slowly, in ancient times, there were already human masters who fought against the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield. The seniors of ancient times were truly ingenious and seemed to have developed these purifying black ink pills that could be used to resist black ink strength. However, this pill recipe had been lost with the passage of time. Recently, I happened to find a tattered handwritten record left behind by a senior alchemist in a sealed world. I found the pill recipe for the purifying black ink pill in that handwritten record. Unfortunately, the pill recipe is incomplete as the handwritten record was in poor condition. I've been trying to complete the pill recipe during this period of time, but I've yet to succeed. Zhu Guoming hurriedly said, a handwritten record left behind by a senior alchemist? Where is it? Zhou Feng also looked fervently at Yang Kai. Although they were already among the best alchemy grandmasters alive, there was no end to the pursuit of knowledge in this grand Dao. They reckoned that the insights and knowledge of a senior from ancient times could help them improve their skills. Therefore, they were deathly curious about the handwritten record that Yang Kai had mentioned. It would be of great help to them if they could have a look at it. Yang Kai didn't intend to keep this treasure to himself, so he promptly fished out the record. An agile Zhu Guoming took the handwritten record and infused his divine sense into it. Zhou Feng, who didn't manage to get his hands on it, was clearly anxious and kept glaring at Zhu Guoming as though he was trying to kill the latter with his gaze. He initially thought that it would take Zhu Guoming a long time to read it, but just a moment later, the latter appeared speechless. I don't understand it at all. Incapable and ignorant fool. Zhou Feng snorted as he rudely took the tattered handwritten record from Zhu Guoming and infused his divine sense into it. Zhu Guoming shot him a glance and snapped, I'll write my name backwards from now on if you can understand it. Zhou Feng sported a solemn expression as he focused on going through the handwritten record. A while later, he retracted his divine sense and appeared dejected. This senior's intelligence is indeed unrivaled. Upon hearing that, Zhu Guoming snorted. Many of the characters found in this handwritten record were from ancient times and were completely unrecognizable. They could identify some of the words, but they couldn't understand the meaning behind them when they tried to piece them together. Apparently, the language used in ancient times was different from the present. Such a handwritten record was definitely invaluable. However, it wouldn't be of much use if it couldn't be comprehended. Ignoring Zhu Guoming's mockery, Zhou Feng turned to Yang Kai and asked, You can understand it? Zhu Guoming became energized as well. When he observed Yang Kai practice alchemy just now, he realized that the latter had made some excellent progress in the early steps, but failed as the process went on. It was obvious that Yang Kai had comprehended the first part of the pill recipe of these purifying black ink pills. Yang Kai replied, I can understand most of it. In fact, he was also unable to recognize most of the words in the handwritten record. However, after he refined the alchemic Tao essence left behind by the senior alchemist, he could intuit the meaning of those words despite not being able to identify them. Zhu Guoming and Zhou Feng were elated upon hearing that, with the former saying nervously, Tell us about the purifying black ink pills recipe. Perhaps we'll be able to help. Zhou Feng nodded repeatedly. The two of them had always been on bad terms as each believed that they were better than the other when it came to their skills in alchemy. They rarely saw eye to eye, but in order to have a detailed explanation of the pill recipe of the purifying black ink pill now, they decided to put their grudges aside at least temporarily. It had always been Yang Kai's intention to seek help from the grandmasters in the pill hall, so he wasn't the least bit upset. He then explained to them everything he knew about the pill recipe in detail while Zhu Guming and Zhou Feng listened attentively. It took Yang Kai an hour to finish explaining what he knew. After that, he let out a sigh. The handwritten record has been in existence for far too long, which is why it's so tattered. The most valuable information in it is the purifying black ink pill recipe. However, even that is incomplete. I've repeatedly tried different methods to complete it. Everything went well in the initial stage, but it wouldn't be long after that I'd fail. I imagine that one or more key herbs were recorded in the missing part of the pill recipe. If we can figure out the missing part, the pill recipe will be complete once again. Zhu Guming nodded. Your speculation is likely correct. However, we have no idea about what's missing from the pill recipe. Well, it's not like we're completely clueless. The first part and much of the latter section of the pill recipe are complete. We're only missing a piece from the middle. We can figure out the missing part by making some deductions based on the first and last parts of the recipe. There was a solemn expression on Zhou Feng's face. Despite that, it won't be an easy feat. Is it one herb or several herbs that are missing? What is the appropriate amount? When is the best time to add the herbs to the furnace? There are a lot of variables involved. A lot of herbs will be consumed if we want to complete this recipe. Have all of you decided on who will take over the world spring? Zhongliang replied, yes, a decision has been made. However, this king has to remind you that since you've decided to give up the world spring, you'll have to sacrifice a small part of your small universe. Doing so will cause your small universe to be incomplete. It's no big deal as you can repair it by consuming a profound Yin spirit fruit. However, if you lose the ability to resist black ink strength because of that, you have to stay here in the inner sanctum and must not go anywhere as you please. Yang Kai said obediently, I understand. Zhongliang looked at him with a gentle and approving gaze. That's thoughtful of you. Other than Yang Kai, no one knew what the benefits of the World Tree's clone were at that time. Even if he wasn't willing to give up the World Spring, no one would say anything. However, as soon as he refined the World Tree's clone, he brought up this issue, which showed that he was not an ungrateful person. An 8th Order Master who possessed one of the 4 universe pillars would be able to deal a greater blow to the enemy on the battlefield, for they would no longer have to worry about black ink strength invading their body. Come with me, Zhongliang beckoned to him and shuffled out of the hall. Yang Kai followed closely. Soon, they stepped out of Blue Sky Pass and arrived in the void outside. Someone was already standing there. It was apparent that he had been waiting since receiving a message from Zhongliang. Yang Kai was able to recognize the person at first glance and asked, Sir Ding Yao is going to take over the World Spring? The person who had been waiting there was none other than the army commander of the Eastern Army, Ding Yao. Zhongliang nodded, that's right. Other than the old ancestors in the inner sanctum, this old fart is the strongest, so he's the most suited to take over the World Spring. The corners of Yang Kai's brow twitched. Zhongliang could call Ding Yao an old fart, but he wouldn't dare to be disrespectful. In any case, he had already expected such an outcome. Very few 4 universe pillars had been found so far, and they were all in the hands of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. 9th Order Old Ancestors didn't need one of the 4 universe pillars as they were strong enough that they didn't have to worry about black ink strength invading their bodies. On the other hand, a 7th Order Master might not be able to keep a world spring safe. That was the reason Zhong Liang wasn't willing to let Yang Kai outside for missions back then. Yang Kai was vital to the human race, but he wasn't powerful enough at that time. If anything happened to him, Zhong Liang wouldn't be able to explain himself to the Old Ancestor. 9th Order Old Ancestors didn't need the world spring while 7th Order Masters weren't strong enough to keep them safe or make use of them. It would be best for an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to have it. Yang Kai already speculated that one of the 4 army commanders would eventually take over the world spring, and it seemed that his speculation was correct. The moment Yang Kai got closer, Ding Yao gazed at him and said, "It'll be useless to regret it once you go ahead with your decision. It's still not too late for you to back out." Yang Kai replied with a smile, "Since a decision has been made, I'll not go back on my word." Ding Yao nodded, "I won't dissuade you then." Zhong Liang said, "You can start now if you're ready, however, you have to do your best to minimize the damage, Yang Kai." "I understand." Yang Kai nodded and closed his eyes. The instant he activated his divine sense, his world force undulated around him as a buzzing sound was continuously heard in his small universe. Feng Ying quickly responded and fished out a tea set. Considering the fact that Ding Yao was injured, she even took out her treasured spirit tea to help him recuperate. After drinking the tea, Ding Yao couldn't stop praising her. When Yang Kai left his room a few days later, he instantly saw this awkward sight. In the corridor of the courtyard, Ding Yao and Zhong Liang were seated across from each other with a table in the middle of them, sipping tea that Feng Ying was quietly preparing for them. Yang Kai was dumbfounded as he thought that he was seeing things. Zhong Liang beckoned to him, "Come here and have some tea. You're in luck because your senior sister Feng has fished out some of the peak-rank spirit tea that she has always treasured." The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. After he was seated, Feng Ying poured him a cup of tea. While sipping the tea, he signaled at Feng Ying with his eyes to ask her what was going on. Upon seeing that Feng Ying ignored him, leaving him flustered. He couldn't really tell what the spirit tea tasted like, but it was indeed beneficial to cultivators. He felt refreshed after drinking a few cups of it. Ding Yao finally put down the teacup and struck his own chest. The next instant, he turned his head and spat out a mouthful of clotted blood. Like a blood arrow, the clotted blood formed a hole in the ground. After that, Ding Yao became evidently energized and he nodded at Feng Ying, "Many thanks, martial niece." Feng Ying saluted him, "Don't mention it, martial uncle." Ding Yao then turned to Yang Kai and tossed a space ring at him, "For you." A doubtful Yang Kai took it and infused his divine sense into it. The next moment, his expression changed drastically as he muttered, "Why are there so many?" Zhong Liang exclaimed as a myriad of expressions came over him, "Are you serious?" "Yes," Yang Kai nodded. "Why is that?" Zhong Liang was puzzled. Yang Kai shook his head, "I have no idea either. Although they've been living inside my small universe for many years now, I still don't know the reason behind it. I can only say that these special living creatures are beneficial to the small universes of cultivators like us. Therefore, if you want to raise living creatures in your small universe, I'd recommend these small stone race members. As for humans, I have the world trees clone in my small universe now, and with its nourishment, many geniuses will appear after 3 to 5 generations." Ding Yao's eyes brightened. "It's best to have these small stone race members then. However, How many of them can you give me? Yang Kai replied with a smile, you can have as many as you want. In fact, it's not hard to raise these little guys. They multiply quickly, sharing similar characteristics to ants. As long as there's a queen ant and enough food, you don't have to worry about increasing their number. With that said, it takes quite a lot of materials to raise them. It might not have been possible in Blue Sky Pass in the past, but it shouldn't be an issue now. I suppose those first, second, and third order materials are basically useless. Small stone race members are not picky when it comes to what you feed them. Ding Yao exchanged glances with Zhong Liang, then turned to Yang Kai and nodded, I'll listen to you then. Certainly, Yang Kai didn't have any objections. He then started taking some small stone race members out of his small universe. It took him several days to finally fish out a little more than half of the small stone race members from his small universe. It was then that Ding Yao was satisfied. With these small stone race members as a foundation, they would certainly multiply quickly in his small universe as long as there were sufficient materials. As time passed, it would save him a lot of cultivation time and help him ascend to the 9th order earlier. Ding Yao soon left. Even though he had killed a lot of Black Ink clansmen and returned alive, he was injured after all. Moreover, with so many small stone race members in his small universe now, he had to spend some time studying them, so he didn't remain for long. On the other hand, Zhong Liang wasn't in a rush to leave. He gazed at Yang Kai and asked caringly, are you sure you can resist Black Ink's strength without the World Spring? Upon hearing that, Yang Kai chuckled, have you forgotten about it, sir? I still have a lot of Black Ink's strength suppressed in my small universe. I would have fallen into danger instead of still looking safe and sound if I were unable to resist the Black Ink strength. Zhong Liang was startled as he soon recalled it. Finding it regretful, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. In fact, he hoped that the World Tree's clone wouldn't have the same effects as the World Spring so that Yang Kai would have to stay in Blue Sky Pass instead of running around everywhere. However, he knew that his wishes wouldn't always be granted. It had come to a point where there was nothing he could do to change the situation. By the way, I should give this back to you. As Yang Kai spoke, he fished out a box and passed it to Zhong Liang. A doubtful Zhong Liang took the box, and upon opening it, he asked in shock, you didn't consume it. The thing inside the box was the profound Yin spirit fruit he had given to Yang Kai some time ago. Yang Kai nodded. The World Tree clone is able to repair damage to my small universe, so I don't need to consume this fruit. My small universe has almost fully healed now. This fruit is rare in the inner sanctum, so it should be given to another fellow brother or sister who needs it. Regardless of whether he has the guts to do so, I reckon that it's indeed his intention. He already expressed such intentions when he visited previously. It's just that Yang Boy didn't leave with him. Since he has come all the way here again this time, it's clear to us what he's up to. In any case, Yang Boy is considered a member of Yinyang Cave Heaven while Tang Qiu is an 8th order ancestor from Yinyang Cave Heaven as well as an army commander of Yinyang Pass. So it's expected that he wants to bring Yang Boy back with him. Once a member of Blue Sky Pass, always a member of Blue Sky Pass. Ding Yao snorted, if that old fart surnamed Tang really has his eyes on Yang Boy, I'll definitely beat him up. Zhong Liang shot him a glance, I'll be looking forward to it, then. Don't back down when the time comes. Ding Yao scoffed in response. Zhong Liang chuckled, let's go probe that old fart first. It's been a few days since he arrived, so we can't possibly keep ignoring him. Meanwhile, Shen Tumo was accompanying a middle-aged man who was clad in simple clothes. They were having a chat while walking around. Nevertheless, Shen Tumo remained impassive and didn't speak much while the middle-aged man was apparently the more talkative one. This middle-aged man named Tang Qiu was the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Yinyang Cave Heaven whom Yang Kai had met before. He was also an army commander. When Tang Qiu brought the purifying black ink battleships refined by Yinyang Pass to Blue Sky Pass back then, he met up with Yang Kai. He had also brought Su Ling Gong with him. A moment later, Tang Qiu suddenly stopped in his tracks and put on a bitter smile. Brother Shen Tu, it seems that I'm not welcome in Blue Sky Pass. I'm truly saddened. There was a dispassionate expression on Shen Tumo's face as he replied, we've always been sincere and welcoming to our friends. However, if it's an enemy, he'll be greeted by the secret techniques of our several 10,000 soldiers. The corners of Tang Qiu's face twitched. Why is this Tang an enemy of Blue Sky Pass? Shen Tumo turned around, showing only his profile. Brother Tang, it's up to you whether you want to be our friend or foe. A speechless Tang Qiu broke into laughter. I don't understand, Brother Shen Tuesday. Please make it clear to me. Shen Tumo shook his head in silence. Tang Qiu let out a sigh. Forget it. Since you don't welcome me here, I'll leave now. Farewell. Shen Tumo extended his hand, as though he was eager to see him leave. Tang Qiu's chest heaved with fury. He suppressed his anger and said resentfully, I'll definitely leave, but there's one person I have to see before that. Shen Tumo looked cautiously at him. Who do you want to see? Tang Qiu replied, Yang Kai. You finally revealed your ulterior motive, old fart. I knew you were up to no good coming all the way here to Blue Sky Pass. You're really here to snatch Yang Kai. Someone was heard growling. The next moment, 2 figures descended from the sky. They were none other than Zhong Liang and Ding Yao, who happened to arrive and hear what Tang Qiu had just said. The moment they landed on the ground, Zhong Liang turned to Ding Yao. Haven't you heard what he said, Brother Ding? What are you waiting for? Ding Yao balled up his fist and palmed it loudly. An alerted Tang Qiu yelled, What are you trying to do? It wasn't until this moment that he realized that 3 army commanders of Blue Sky Pass had surrounded him, causing him to sweat. Ding Yao grinned in an eerie manner. Well, it's our duty to beat up anyone who's ill-intentioned here. Tang Qiu was dumbfounded. Why do you think this Tang is ill-intentioned? Zhong Liang snorted. You failed in your attempt to get Yang Kai to go to your side previously, so we never expected that you would still have the nerve to come try again. It seems that we've been too magnanimous. You probably won't learn your lesson unless we beat you up. Tang Qiu quickly raised his hands. Wait a moment. That's not this Tang's intention. The reason I want to see Yang Kai is that one of the purifying black ink battleships from Yinyang Pass has run out of purifying light, so I'd like him to help replenish it. Do you think I'll believe you? Zhong Liang sneered and waved his hand. Kill. 3 figures instantly shot towards him like they were arrows. Tang Qiu was flabbergasted as he hadn't expected that they would really dare to make a move. He was already surrounded by them, to begin with, and he had missed the best chance to escape. How was he supposed to counterattack at this moment? He clumsily dodged their attacks, but to no avail. Fortunately, these 4 8th Order Army commanders didn't forget the fact that they were in the inner sanctum, so they made sure that their powers didn't leak beyond a radius of 10 meters. Despite that, it was still a world-shaking battle. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5049. What would you do? Many of the sealed worlds on the black ink battlefield were clustered because they originated from the small universes left behind by human masters after their deaths in ancient times. The more people passed away on any given battlefield, the more sealed worlds would be left behind. In this area of the void, those from Blue Sky Pass had discovered a sealed world 1,000 years ago. Even though they speculated that there were more hidden sealed worlds around this area, they could only give up as they didn't have the means to find and open the portals to them. On the other hand, Xianxia was a master in the Tao of space, so he was the best person to find these sealed worlds and open up the portals. As the ripple of space principles spread further, the traces of the sealed worlds were revealed. As long as he could find these traces, it wouldn't be hard for him to pry the portals open. After an inspection, he found 3 sealed worlds in a radius of several hundred kilometers. The number wasn't staggering, but it was impressive enough. They would always find some good things in these sealed worlds. For example, the World Trees clone was found in a sealed world. It was the biggest reward the soldiers from Blue Sky Pass had obtained so far after years of exploring sealed worlds. A moment later, Xianxia forcefully opened the first portal, whereupon the aura of a sealed world was felt wafting from it. Dawning Light then came forward and stopped in front of the portal. Xianxia ordered, "All of you, stand guard here. I'll have a look inside." Upon finishing his words, he directly plunged into the portal. Feng Ying didn't even have time to stop him. Fortunately, there was no danger in the sealed world. A dozen breaths of time later, Xianxia returned and beckoned to the members of Dawn. "Come in." Feng Ying asked, "Should we let some people stay outside?" Even though the Black Ink clan were resting and recuperating, no one could guarantee that some of them wouldn't come over. By letting some people stay outside, they could monitor their surroundings lest they were later ambushed. Xianxia shook his head. "There's no need for that. There are only a few of us, so we should stick together." Since he had said so, Feng Ying naturally wouldn't have any objections. Figures started dashing out of Dawning Light and disappeared into the portal. After they all entered the sealed world, Xianxia put Dawning Light inside his small universe and stepped into the sealed world. Following that, he used a simple trick to cover up the portal. There were 36 people in Dawn in total, all of them at or above the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm. Among them, there were 6 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Therefore, it wouldn't take them a long time to explore a sealed world, though picking herbs would be pretty time-consuming. They fully explored the sealed world in half a month, and all the valuable items had been collected. With Xianxia leading the way, the members of Dawn Squad left this place and headed to the next sealed world. 2 months later, all 3 sealed worlds in this area were fully explored. They had obtained a lot of rare herbs and quite a number of profound spirit fruits, so it could be said to be a fruitful trip. The members of Dawn were all elated, thinking that this task was easy and rewarding. Certainly, they would love to be given more of these tasks. With that said, they were aware that it was all thanks to Xianxia that this task felt easy. If not for the fact that he could find those portals, the members of Dawn couldn't have collected any spirit herbs. Xianxia then fished out Dawning Light from his small universe. After they boarded the vessel, Feng Ying piloted the ship to their next destination. Xianxia was startled upon hearing that, "Junior brother Yang, you want to study artifact refining?" "Yes." Xianxia nodded. Xianxia replied with a smile, "Since you're interested in the Tao of artifact refining, I'll definitely teach you everything I know." "Many thanks, senior brother." Xianxia expressed his gratitude. Dongguo and Ping coughed. "Xianxia, you'll learn artifact refining from Xianxia from now on. Just ask him if there's anything you don't understand." I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Upon finishing his words, he left the place in a hurry. Yang Kai and Chai Hao saw him off together. After he was gone, Chai Hao said, "Junior brother, since you're going to learn artifact refining, I'll need to know how skillful you are in artifact refining. Would you?" Before he could finish his words, Yang Kai held out a sword to him. "What's this?" Chai Hao was puzzled. Yang Kai replied, "Senior Dongwu told me to make something, and this is the result of my work." "I see." Chai Hao took the sword and examined it. Soon, his face began to twitch as he finally realized why his honored master left in a hurry just now. He initially thought that Yang Kai was already well versed in the Tao of artifact refining, otherwise, he wouldn't have directly sought some guidance from a grandmaster from Divine Cauldron Heaven. After taking a look at this sword though, he realized that Yang Kai couldn't even be considered a novice when it came to the Tao of artifact refining. There was no doubt that Yang Kai was no match for Dong Guanping in this regard, but even a random disciple from Divine Cauldron Heaven could easily bring him to his knees. Now that his honored master entrusted Yang Kai to him though, it meant that he would have to teach him everything from scratch. Chai Hao suddenly felt a huge pressure on his shoulders, thinking that this was going to be a troublesome task. He didn't think the old man was conning him, but this thing was simply too expensive. It was no wonder that when the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master bought a skewer of hawthorn fruits from this old man earlier, he appeared as if some of his flesh had been shaved off. That was because a skewer of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits was worth 2 million open heaven pills. Why is it so expensive? Yang Kai was quick to stop him, but the old man was extremely swift. The moment he started speaking, the old man had taken out 5 skewers of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits. "Old sir, even though I'm new to this place, you can't oppress me like this." Yang Kai stared at the old man with a solemn expression. The old man replied with a smile, "I certainly won't oppress a young man like you. Don't worry, I'm an honest trader. If you don't believe me, you can ask around." Yang Kai scowled. After pondering on it for a moment though, he said, "I'll just get 1 skewer. I can't have so many." The old man shook his head repeatedly. No, I've taken out 5 skewers already. You have to buy them all." A speechless Yang Kai refuted, "Can't you just put them back in?" The old man lowered his head and said in a grim voice, "If a person jabs a dagger into your body and takes it out, can you pretend that nothing has happened?" Yang Kai was dumbfounded. It's like comparing oranges with apples. The old man shook his head. "It's all the same to me." A furious Yang Kai snapped, "You just said that you're an honest trader, but here you are compelling me to buy your goods. It's not fair." The old man ignored him and stuffed 5 skewers of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits in his hands. After passing him 50 copper coins, he said solemnly, "Young man, just take it as me giving you a lesson today. You have to be careful whenever you head out from now on." After he finished speaking, he left in a hurry with his skewers of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits. Yang Kai was left dumbfounded as he clutched the 5 skewers of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits in one hand and 50 copper coins in the other. He didn't understand what kind of damned place this marketplace was. Why was there such a place in Yinyang Pass? What was the purpose of building it? It was apparent that Yang Kai had been conned by the old man, but he still felt somewhat comforted. At the very least, he still had 5 skewers of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits and 50 copper coins. Since the fruits were so expensive, they might have some amazing effects. Perhaps they could soothe one's mind or increase the heritage of the small universe. At the thought of this, Yang Kai put away the copper coins and grabbed one skewer of sugar-coated hawthorn fruits before taking a bite. As he chewed the fruit, he realized that it was refreshingly sweet with a tinge of sourness. The flesh was tender and fresh. More importantly, the fruit pit had been removed, so he didn't have to spit it out. She's quite pitiful as her parents passed away a long time ago, and there's no one to take care of her. Since she loves the steamed stuffed buns here, I bring her to this place every day. I see. Tang Qiu came to his senses and sent a signal to Su Ling Gong with his eyes. Then he slowly took a seat. Qing Kuei, who was standing behind Su Ling Gong, coughed, "Honored master, I'm going to take a little stroll." An absent-minded Su Ling Gong replied, Go ahead. I'll tag along. Su In Shui quickly said. After offering an apology, they left the restaurant together. In the steamed stuffed bun shop, 4 figures, 3 adults and 1 little girl, were seated at the table. Yang Kai looked at Tang Qiu and Su Ling Gong with a frown. "It seems that both of you are badly injured." Yang Kai could feel that there was something wrong with both Tang Qiu and Su Ling Gong. Their solemn expressions suggested that they were trying to suppress something, as though they were anxious or in pain somehow. "We're fine," Tang Qiu replied casually. "Yes, we're fine." Su Ling Gong nodded repeatedly. "That's good." Yang Kai nodded, then brought up a serious topic. "What's going on with the Black Ink Clan?" "Black Ink Clan?" Tang Qiu appeared perplexed, as though he didn't hear Yang Kai clearly. Nevertheless, he soon regained his senses. "Oh, the Black Ink Clan. I was about to discuss it with you." Yang Kai frowned as he had a feeling that something really was wrong with Tang Qiu. The latter appeared to be completely distracted. He was the one who told Yang Kai to come over to find out who made the warships for the Black Ink Clan, but he appeared puzzled at this moment when the topic was brought up. The little girl, who had been eating her steamed stuffed buns in silence, suddenly gazed at Tang Qiu and asked with a smile, "Would you like some buns?" Tang Qiu was unable to respond immediately as he appeared to have been caught off guard. Yang Kai directly knocked on the little girl's head and chastised her by saying, "Don't interrupt us. We're having a discussion here." "Impudence!" Tang Qiu landed a slap on the table that caused it to collapse. The baskets and the freshly made steamed stuffed buns all fell to the ground. Yang Kai was stunned. Tang Qiu was dumbfounded as well. On the other hand, Su Ling Gong hung his head low and remained unmoving. The little girl grabbed a steamed stuffed bun in each hand. Her cheeks were bulging as she soon gulped down the food. "Senior, you..." Yang Kai scowled at Tang Qiu. Tang Qiu hesitated for a bit before saying in a muffled voice, "The impudence of the Black Ink Clan." Yang Kai broke into laughter. "What happened to you on the way back?" The shop hand hurriedly came over. While cleaning the things up, he said, "Please calm down, everyone. Do not fight here." The little girl glared at Tang Qiu. "Give my steamed stuffed buns back." "Right away." Tang Qiu nodded repeatedly, then said to the shop hand, "Give us more steamed stuffed buns." "All right, please give me a moment," the shop hand replied. Since the table was broken, they had to move to another one. Fortunately, there were not a lot of customers in the restaurant right now. Apart from them, there were only a few other diners, hence, there were still some vacant seats. New steamed stuffed buns were soon served. Yang Kai was waiting for Tang Qiu to talk about what was going on with the Black Ink Clan, but the latter actually started stuffing the buns into his face, even ordering Su Linggong to do the same. Therefore, apart from Yang Kai, who sported a half-dumbstruck expression, the little girl, Tang Qiu, and Su Linggong were gulping down the food together. While they were enjoying the food, Tang Qiu and Su Linggong kept saying that the steamed stuffed buns were delicious.